Have you ever wondered why, despite working hard every single day, chasing the so-called American dream, you still feel trapped in the cycle of debt, bills, and a job that never really sets you free? Over 100 years ago, Wallace D. Wattles revealed a shocking truth. Getting rich isn't about luck, and it isn't a privilege reserved for a few. It's a science, and anyone can learn it. His book, The Science of Getting Rich, shows us that wealth begins in the way you think, in your ability to envision and truly believe in a prosperous life before it actually happens. This isn't just about blind positive thinking. It's a scientific principle of thought, belief, and action. If you follow it correctly, wealth is inevitable. In this video, we're going to uncover the most powerful principles from this timeless classic, and more importantly, how you can apply them to your own life today, right here in America in 2025, a land full of opportunities, but also full of distractions that lead many people astray. And before we dive in, if you want to keep receiving valuable audiobook summaries like this one, make sure to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notification bell, because this just might be the moment that changes how you think about money, wealth, and your future. Part 1. Getting rich is a science, not a matter of chance. Wallace D. Wattles begins with a bold declaration. Getting rich is a science. It follows definite laws, just as exact as mathematics, and anyone who applies a certain way can achieve wealth. He calls it the inborn right of every person, the right to be rich in order to live more spiritually, mentally, and physically. According to Wattles, wealth is not determined by background, circumstances, or luck. It comes from thinking and acting in a consistent order. First, creating a clear mental picture of what you want. Second, believing completely in your ability to achieve it. And finally, taking purposeful action every single day. He makes a sharp distinction between the creative plane and the competitive plane. If you believe the world is scarce and you must fight for someone else's share, you'll stay stuck in lack. But if you move to the creative plane, focusing on producing new value and serving more people, you activate the very laws that bring wealth flowing toward you. This science isn't mystical or vague. It's a clear chain of cause and effect. First, you must form an orderly thought. Then, you must nurture feelings of faith and gratitude to keep that thought alive. After that, you must take effective action in the present, with the resources you already have, instead of waiting for perfect conditions. Put together, over time, these steps inevitably lead to wealth. Wattles emphasizes, your mental picture must be clear, not just a vague wish. Your faith must be persistent, not shaken by obstacles. And your actions must be immediate and excellent, right where you are, not postponed for someday. To put this idea in today's America, imagine an immigrant mother in California working night shifts at a laundromat. Instead of vaguely wishing for a better life, she spends 30 minutes every day sketching out a clear vision of owning a home cleaning service package, writing down revenue goals, her first few clients, and the neighborhood she'll serve. Then, she uses her spare time to take small cleaning jobs, collects reviews, and once she builds a base of loyal customers, she registers a small business. There's no magic here, just a clear mental picture guiding a chain of right actions. Or think about a nurse in Ohio. Exhausted from rotating shifts, she decides to use her expertise to create passive income. She designs NCLEX prep materials, records short video lessons, and shares one clinical tip daily. After 3 months, she launches her own study package to the very audience that has been following her content. The takeaway from this part is straightforward. Wealth is not a game of luck, nor a privilege reserved for the few. It is the inevitable result of a formula: clear mental vision, unwavering belief, and excellent action in the present.
The moment you stop waiting for the perfect opportunity and begin applying the certain way today, you shift from living passively to creating actively. And at that very moment, wealth starts moving toward you.
Part 2. Thinking in a certain way. Wattles insists that the key to wealth begins with the way you think. Not the vague, I want to be rich kind of thinking, but an orderly mental state he calls the certain way. This means you must form a precise picture of what you want and nurture a clear mental image of the life you desire. And it can't stop at mere wishing. You have to keep that vision alive every single day, despite setbacks, doubts, or the voices around you telling you it's impossible. Wattles emphasizes that the outer world is nothing more than a reflection of your inner state of thought. If you constantly plant seeds of confusion and disbelief, you'll harvest only chaos and scarcity. But if you sow creative, steady, and grateful thoughts, your actions and results will begin to align, and wealth will follow. He highlights two foundational forces that keep your thoughts in order: faith and gratitude. Faith keeps you standing firm even when there's no evidence yet. Gratitude sustains your energy, broadens your perspective, and makes you magnetic in the eyes of others. When you're grateful for what you already have, envy and lack can't consume you. Instead, you reinforce your belief that you're on the right path and that the universe is working with you. To see this principle in action, look at Jim Carrey's story. As a young, broke actor who once slept in his car, Carrey wrote himself a mock check for $10 million dated Thanksgiving 1995. He carried it in his wallet, imagining daily that he was worthy of that sum through his talent and effort. The remarkable twist, in 1994, just 1 year before his deadline, Carrey landed Dumb and Dumber, earning him exactly $10 million. That's not just a Hollywood fairy tale, it's a real-life demonstration of the certain way. Hold a clear vision, act persistently, and let faith guide you. Another example is Oprah Winfrey. Born into poverty in rural Mississippi, Oprah had every reason to accept a small life, but she chose differently. Each day, she nurtured the thought that she was meant to positively impact millions. Oprah once said, "You become what you believe, not what you wish for." That belief carried her from a local radio host to becoming the first Black woman billionaire in America. Oprah's story is living proof of Wattles' philosophy, thinking not vaguely, but specifically, creatively, and always grounded in gratitude. And more recently, consider Sara Blakely, founder of Spanx. Before becoming a billionaire, Sara went door to door trying to sell her first prototypes of slimming undergarments. But instead of seeing herself as just another small-time saleswoman, she envisioned herself transforming the fashion industry. She once shared that every morning she would look in the mirror and repeat, "I'm going to make Spanx a global brand." For 7 years, she took no outside investment, just her faith and her clear vision to keep her going. The result? Spanx grew into an international sensation, and Sara Blakely became the youngest self-made female billionaire in America. The message here is powerful. If you want wealth, you must learn to think in the certain way: clear, creative, grounded in faith and gratitude. Jim Carrey, Oprah, Sara Blakely, they didn't wait for miracles from the outside. They created their own miracles by holding a mental image and acting to make it real. As Wattles teaches, the outer world is only a reflection of your inner world. If your thoughts are scattered, doubtful, or rooted in lack, your results will mirror that. But when your thoughts become clear, ordered, and filled with belief and gratitude, your actions change, and eventually, so does your life.
Part 3. Shifting from competition to creation. One of the most powerful lessons in the science of getting rich is Wattles' call to step away from a competitive mindset
He argues that wealth doesn't come from fighting, comparing, or defeating others. It comes from creating new value. When you compete, you believe resources are limited, that for you to win, someone else must lose. But when you create, you expand the pie. You bring value to more people, and that value inevitably flows back to you in the form of money and opportunities. Take Jeff Bezos and the story of Amazon. If Bezos had only focused on competing with traditional bookstores, Amazon might not exist today. Instead of asking, "How do I beat Barnes & Noble?" he asked, "How can customers buy books more easily than ever before?" That single creative question opened the door to an entirely new model of e-commerce, far bigger than simply undercutting local bookstores on price. Bezos didn't take someone else's slice of the pie. He baked a whole new one for the entire world. Or look at Elon Musk with Tesla. The auto industry was already crowded with giants like Ford, GM, and Toyota dominating for over a century. If Musk had tried to fight them with cheaper cars or more ads, Tesla would have been crushed. Instead, he created something new, a high-performance, beautiful electric car that made drivers feel proud because they were helping save the planet. That creative vision didn't just sell cars, it sparked a worldwide movement toward electric vehicles. Even Airbnb started with this same mindset. Instead of competing with hotels by lowering prices or adding amenities, Brian Chesky and Joe Gebbia asked, what if a regular home could become a place for travelers to stay? They weren't stealing customers from Hilton or Marriott. They created an entirely new market for travel and hospitality. The result? Airbnb transformed the way the whole world experiences lodging. Wattles' message couldn't be clearer. If you stay stuck in competition, you're playing in a small, limited box. But when you shift to creation, you step outside that box. You build new markets, new opportunities, and wealth flows toward you without needing to take it from anyone else. Remember, the world doesn't reward those who fight over scraps. It rewards those who dare to create value that didn't exist before.
Part 4. Faith and Gratitude. Wallace Wattles emphasizes that wealth doesn't just come from thought and action. It rests on two foundational forces, faith and gratitude. He believed that when you hold an unshakable faith that wealth is your natural right and that the universe will respond if you act in a certain way, you unlock a tremendous source of mental power. Faith transforms ordinary actions into confident, decisive ones. Gratitude keeps your mind aligned with abundance instead of fear and scarcity. If you act while doubting, constantly asking, "What if I fail?" you're planting the seeds of failure. But when you act with faith, you move with clarity and conviction, inspiring others to believe in you as well. Gratitude, meanwhile, anchors you. It prevents you from falling into the traps of comparison and envy. A grateful person focuses on what they already have, and in doing so, naturally attracts more good things into their life. Consider Oprah Winfrey. Born into poverty and scarred by a traumatic childhood, she could have let those circumstances define her. Instead, she nurtured the belief that she could change her destiny. Throughout her career, Oprah has spoken often about the power of gratitude. She even kept a daily gratitude journal. That simple practice not only helped her build a multi-billion-dollar media empire, but also turned her into one of the most inspiring figures in America. Or take Howard Schultz, the founder of Starbucks. Growing up in a poor housing complex in Brooklyn, his family never had health insurance. But rather than living in resentment, Schultz held on to a belief that he could create a company that sold not only coffee, but also treated its employees with dignity. His gratitude for the hardships of his childhood became fuel for building Starbucks into a global empire, one known for offering benefits to workers that far surpassed industry norms. Even in the tech startup world, you see gratitude woven into success stories. Tony Hsieh, the late CEO of Zappos, often said that gratitude and faith in employee happiness were the very forces that turned Zappos into a billion-dollar company. To him, if you plant gratitude and happiness into your culture, financial success naturally follows. Wattles' message here is simple but deeply powerful. Believe without a shadow of a doubt that you are worthy of wealth, and always stay grateful for what you already have. Faith pulls you forward. Gratitude keeps you grounded. Together, they make you magnetic to wealth and opportunity, as if the universe itself is working with you, not against you. Part 5. Take immediate action. Wallace Wattles stresses that thought and belief only have real value when they're transformed into immediate action. He calls this principle acting in the certain way. The idea is simple. Every opportunity you have today, every task you're working on right now, must be done with full focus, full commitment, and the faith that it is the right step moving you closer to wealth. Many people don't fail because they lack ideas or dreams. They fail because they delay, waiting for the perfect moment to begin. But in reality, there is no perfect moment. Wattles writes, "You do not have to wait until you have everything before you start. Begin right where you are, with what you have. It is action taken right now that activates change." Take Jeff Bezos as an example. In 1994, when he had the idea of selling books online, e-commerce barely existed. The internet was in its infancy, infrastructure was weak, and most Americans doubted buying anything online. But Bezos didn't wait. He quit a stable Wall Street job and started selling books out of his garage. That immediate step became the seed of Amazon, now one of the largest companies in the world. Or think of Sarah Blakely, the founder of Spanx. She had just $5,000 in savings and an idea for a new kind of shaping hosiery. Instead of waiting for the perfect product or investor, she went straight to manufacturers, tested the product on herself, and knocked on the doors of small boutiques to introduce it. That decisive action turned Spanx into a billion-dollar brand and made Blakely the youngest self-made female billionaire in America. Even on a smaller scale, you can see this principle every day in ordinary American lives. People who start a food truck, a nail salon, or an Etsy shop don't wait until they've raised huge capital or until the economy looks perfect. They start right where they are, with what they have. And those immediate actions open the door to growth. Wattles' message here is crystal clear. Don't let your ideas stay trapped on paper. Don't wait until you feel perfectly ready. Begin now with what's in your hands and act with the faith that every small step you take today is laying the foundation for tomorrow's wealth.
Part 6. The Path to Lasting Wealth. One of the most important ideas Wallace Wattles emphasizes in The Science of Getting Rich is this: true wealth doesn't come from taking or competing with others. It comes from creating value for the world. He rejects the belief that resources are limited and that if one person becomes rich, another must become poor. On the contrary, Wattles argues that lasting wealth is only possible when you participate in creation, not destructive competition. He calls this living on the creative plane. This means focusing on how to generate new value, how to improve people's lives, and allowing wealth to flow as a natural reward. While many people spend their entire lives trapped on what he calls the competitive plane, fighting to sell cheaper, to grab more than others, he insists that only by shifting to creativity can wealth truly be sustainable in long term. You can see this clearly in modern examples. Take Elon Musk and Tesla. When Musk entered the auto industry, he wasn't simply trying to steal market share from Ford or GM. He created new value, high-performance, environmentally friendly electric cars. Instead of fighting for a slice of the existing pie, he made the pie bigger. As a result, Tesla became a company worth hundreds of billions of dollars while reshaping the entire American auto industry. Another example is Howard Schultz with Starbucks.
Before Starbucks was everywhere, Americans often saw coffee as just a cheap, quick pick-me-up. Schultz painted a third place, a space outside of home and work, turning coffee into an experience and a lifestyle. He didn't just take customers from Dunkin' or McDonald's, he opened up a whole new segment, adding value for consumers. Even in small businesses, the principle still holds true. A local bakery thrives not by undercutting prices, but by creating unique flavors, warm experiences, and a sense of community that keeps customers coming back. That creativity builds real value, and sustainable profit naturally follows. Wattles' ultimate message is simple but powerful. Real wealth comes from the value you bring to others. The more people you serve, the more you will receive in return. When you live and work from a place of creativity, you not only build prosperity for yourself, but also expand opportunities for others. And that is the true path to lasting wealth. The science of getting rich reminds us that wealth is not just about money. It's about how you think, what you believe, and the value you create for the world. When you live on the creative plane instead of the competitive one, wealth flows as a natural consequence.
In 2025, the United States is facing inflation levels higher than anything seen in decades. Housing, gas, and food prices are all climbing. Even a cup of coffee or a fast food meal makes us think twice. Meanwhile, most people's incomes aren't keeping up, and credit card debt has reached record highs. As a result, many fall into the same cycle, working harder than ever, yet still feeling like money is never enough. We cut back, we try to save, but then realize we're not any happier, we're just more exhausted. Morgan Housel, in his book The Art of Spending Money, offers a different perspective. The problem isn't only about earning more or tightening our belts. The real issue is how we spend. When used wisely, money can become a tool for freedom and happiness. But when used poorly, it turns into a chain that pulls us further away from the life we truly want. If you want to learn how to turn every dollar you spend into peace of mind, joy, and real freedom, hit that like button and subscribe. Because right now, we're about to dive into the art of smart spending, one of the most essential life skills of our time. Part 1. Conscious spending versus just saving or investing. For decades, Americans have been taught a default lesson. If you want to become wealthy, save more and invest smarter. Personal finance has often been reduced to two familiar words, save and invest. But Morgan Housel points out a truth that few people talk about. You can be great at saving. You can be smart at investing. But if you spend money the wrong way, it all falls apart. The reality is, how you use money in your daily life is what truly determines your sense of happiness and freedom. Someone might have hundreds of thousands of dollars sitting in a savings account, yet still feel deprived, stressed, and insecure because they keep spending on things that don't actually bring value. Housel calls this unconscious spending. It happens when we let emotions, advertising, or social comparison take the wheel. Your neighbor gets a new car, your friends post their Hawaii vacation on Instagram, your coworker flashes a brand new watch, and in an instant, you feel behind. So, you swipe your credit card for the luxury SUV or book that lavish vacation you don't really need just to soothe that feeling of inadequacy. But conscious spending is a completely different story. It begins with one simple question before every purchase. Will this expense make my life better in a way I truly care about? Take a simple example. A family in Texas might spend $4,000 upgrading their car from the standard model to the full option package. Heated seats, premium sound system, and a few features they'll barely use. Meanwhile, that same money could fund a summer trip with their kids, creating memories far more lasting than any luxury add-on ever could. Or consider a man in New York who spends hundreds of extra dollars each month on fancy dinners with colleagues, not because he enjoys them, but because he fears being left out of conversations. Yet that same money could go toward the guitar lessons he's always dreamed of, and it would bring him real, lasting joy instead of fleeting satisfaction.
Conscious spending doesn't mean being strict or not allowed to enjoy life. It simply means redefining joy, from the instant rush of buying something to the deeper and more enduring joy of meaningful experiences. That might be a family trip, an investment in health, or something as simple as buying yourself free time by hiring a cleaner so you can enjoy quiet evenings with your kids. As Morgan Housel emphasizes, the most important skill isn't saving the most or earning the highest returns, it's spending the right way. Because if you don't learn the art of spending, every effort to save and invest is like pouring water into a leaky bucket. So the real question for each of us is this: are you using money to buy genuine joy and happiness, or just to cover up your envy of others? Part 2. The difference between admiration and envy. In today's society, especially in America in 2025, social media has turned everyday moments into a public stage. You open TikTok and see a young couple showing off their luxury condo in Miami. You scroll Instagram and notice an old classmate checking in from Santorini, dressed in designer clothes that probably cost more than your monthly salary. And instantly, a familiar thought creeps in. Why do they have that and I don't? Morgan Housel points out a subtle but powerful difference between two ways of reacting to other people's success: admiration and envy. Admiration happens when you look at someone's achievements and feel inspired. Wow, they did it. Maybe I can learn from that. Envy, on the other hand, is when someone else's success feels like a mirror reflecting your own shortcomings, leaving you dissatisfied, insecure, and sometimes even resentful. The danger, according to Housel, is that envy has an incredibly strong influence on financial decisions. When you're envious, you're no longer spending for yourself. You're spending to prove something to others. You don't really need a Rolex, but you buy it so you won't fall behind your coworkers. You don't truly need that overpriced penthouse, but you sign a crushing mortgage just to post a skyline view on Facebook. This is the trap that leaves many Americans wealthy on paper, but poor in spirit. They own more stuff, but have less freedom, more likes on social media, but less peace of mind. On the other hand, when you learn to shift envy into admiration, the picture changes completely. Admiration allows you to see someone else's success as an information, a reference point. Instead of asking, why don't I have what they have, you start asking, what did they do that I could learn from? This shift not only protects you from impulsive spending, but also builds lasting motivation. Here's a real-world example. A young employee in California notices that a friend his age has already bought a home while he hasn't. If his reaction is envy, he might jump into a massive mortgage he can't afford, only to end up buried in debt. But if his reaction is admiration, he might instead study how his friend managed expenses, saved early, or chose a more affordable location. One reaction leads to financial ruin, the other to long-term sustainability. Housel emphasizes that the moment you clearly distinguish admiration from envy is the moment you take back control of your finances. Because when you're envious, you're living by someone else's wallet. But when you admire, you're learning to build a financial life that fits your own values. And so the essential question Housel leaves us with is this: are you spending money to buy real joy or just to cover up your envy of others?
Part 3. Expectations matter more for happiness than income. Here's a striking paradox. Today, the average American earns far more than their parents ever did, yet levels of anxiety, stress, and dissatisfaction are also much higher. Why is that? Morgan Housel explains that the problem isn't the absolute number on your paycheck, it's the gap between expectations and reality. Picture an American in the 1970s, owning a car, having a color TV at home, and taking a short beach vacation once a year was enough to feel successful. But by 2025, as you scroll through TikTok and Instagram, you're bombarded with images of trips to the Maldives, multi-million-dollar homes, and picture-perfect lifestyles carefully staged for show. Your definition of a normal life shifts upward, and suddenly, Even if you're making twice as much as your parents, you still feel like it's not enough. Housel emphasizes that happiness doesn't rise in direct proportion to income. Instead, it depends on the gap between expectations and reality. If reality exceeds your expectations, you feel happy. But if your expectations outpace reality, you feel dissatisfied, no matter how many zeros are in your bank account. Here's a simple example. A software engineer in Seattle earns $150,000 a year, a salary many would envy. But when he compares himself to friends buying million-dollar homes or driving Tesla Model X's, his expectations rise and he feels left behind. Meanwhile, a teacher in Ohio earning $60,000 a year, who only expects a modest house, a reliable old car, and weekends with family, ends up feeling far more content. The trap is that expectations are a bottomless pit. The more you achieve, the faster they climb. Today, you're thrilled with your new iPhone, but just a month later, when Apple releases the next model, your expectations shift again. This is why so many people, even after reaching financial success, still struggle to find peace of mind. So how do we escape this cycle? Housel doesn't suggest abandoning ambition, but instead learning to set realistic and intentional expectations. Rather than constantly comparing yourself to people wealthier than you, ask, what do I truly need to live comfortably and happily? With reasonable expectations, even a modest income can provide freedom and lasting joy. The key lesson is this: happiness doesn't come from earning more, but from expecting less, or at least expecting wisely. You can't control the economy, inflation, or the job market, but you can control your expectations. And that, not the size of your bank balance, is the real foundation of lasting happiness. Part 4. Saving and freedom. When we think about money, most of us immediately focus on income and investing. How much we earn, where to invest, what the returns will be. But Morgan Housel points out that there's one factor often overlooked, and it may matter even more than income or investment returns: saving. Why? Because saving isn't just the leftover balance in your account at the end of each month, it's freedom. Freedom to say no to a job that drains you. Freedom to spend time with your kids instead of endlessly working overtime. Freedom to walk away from a toxic environment without worrying about how you'll survive. Housel writes, "You're not wealthy because of how much you earn, you're wealthy because of how much you keep that buys you freedom." This is a total shift in perspective. In America in 2025, many high earners, doctors, lawyers, tech engineers, still feel trapped. Their spending grows in lockstep with their salaries. They drive luxury cars, buy big homes, and take expensive vacations. But when work becomes unbearable, they can't stop because mortgages, credit card bills, and social expectations keep them locked in the cycle. By contrast, someone with an average income who builds the habit of saving, who keeps their lifestyle below what they could show off, actually holds real power, the power of choice. If their boss demands weekend work, they can decline. If they want to take a few months off to learn new skills, they can. This freedom doesn't come from having millions in the bank, but from controlling spending and saving habits. Imagine having $20,000 saved. It may not sound huge, but it can be a runway for change. The courage to quit a draining job for a better one, to invest in learning about personal finance, or even to start a small project of your own. Meanwhile, someone with no savings is forced to cling to their current job, no matter how miserable it is. The key is, saving doesn't have to mean living miserably. It doesn't mean cutting out every Starbucks coffee or never eating out. Housel emphasizes that saving is about priorities, choosing to keep a portion of your income to buy back freedom in the future, instead of spending it all on temporary appearances today. The truth is, freedom is what everyone longs for, yet few realize it's built slowly, one small saving habit at a time. Housel calls it an investment in peace of mind, because in the end, you'll see that a strong savings account not only helps you survive, it helps you live life on your terms. So, here's the question. Do you want money to be the chain that drags you along, or the ticket that sets you free? The answer lies in the saving habits you start building today.
Part 5. Experimenting and avoiding future regret. One of the greatest human fears isn't failure, it's regret. Regret for not trying, not daring to change, not living differently while you still had the chance. Morgan Housel emphasizes, if there's one cost in life you should truly fear, it's not losing money, it's losing years to regret. He writes, you can make back the money you've lost, but you can never buy back the time that's gone. Most of us are tied down by the illusion of safety, afraid to try a new path, hesitant to invest in ourselves, reluctant to start a new habit for fear of failing. But it's ironically this refusal to try that traps many people in cycles of regret. Housel suggests a different mindset. Treat experimentation as a wise expense. Invest a little in things you're uncertain about, because even if they don't pay off big, they still leave you with lessons. And sometimes those lessons are more valuable than money itself. Take this example. In America, many people spend their whole lives stuck in jobs they hate, paralyzed by fear of change. They tell themselves, I'm not good enough to start a business, or I don't have the time to learn new skills. Then, 20 years later, they look back and regret not trying when they were younger. Meanwhile, someone else might take the leap into a small startup. Even if it fails, the experience equips them with skills, connections, and resilience, eventually leading to success in another field. Experimentation applies to money too. Instead of pouring all your savings into a single, safe investment you don't really understand, try dividing it. A portion to learn about stocks, another to study real estate, another to explore digital markets. This approach not only reduces risk, but also helps you discover where your true interests and strengths lie. Most importantly, experimentation protects you from future regret. Housel points out that when older people reflect on their lives, their biggest regrets aren't about failing too much. They're about not trying enough. They wish they had learned a new skill, dared to change careers, spent more time with family, or simply lived more authentically. Now imagine yourself at 70, looking back on your life. Would you rather say, at least I tried, I learned, I lived fully, or whisper, if only I had? Experimentation won't eliminate failure, but it does eliminate regret. And in the end, regret is the most expensive price anyone can pay. So the real question isn't, if I try, will I fail? It's, if I don't try, will I regret it for the rest of my life?
Part 6. The right pace. Avoiding the race beyond your limits. In today's fast-moving American society, faster has almost become an unspoken slogan. Cars must go faster, careers must advance faster, bank accounts must grow faster, and the dream home must arrive sooner. But Morgan Housel warns, pushing too hard, too fast may be the quickest route to burnout. Housel compares money to a car. If you drive too slowly, you'll never reach your destination. But if you keep flooring the gas, you'll run out of fuel, burn out the engine, or crash. The key, he says, isn't to drive the fastest, but to drive the longest. The reality is, many Americans are trapped in the rat race. They take on mortgages for homes just slightly beyond their means, buy luxury cars to signal status, or work 70 to 80 hours a week chasing financial milestones. From the outside, they look successful. Inside, they're exhausted, anxious, and missing the one thing money is supposed to buy: peace of mind. Statistics show that many high-income households in the US still live paycheck to paycheck, not because they don't earn enough, but because they've accelerated their spending and debt far beyond their real capacity. When the economy shifts,
Like during the inflation spike of 2022-2023, these families are often hit the hardest. Housel suggests a different mindset. Choose the right pace. Move forward, strive for growth, but don't run yourself into the ground. The right pace means investing in your future while still leaving time to live in the present. It means accepting that you don't need the biggest house on the block, as long as you feel safe, comfortable, and free from crushing debt. Think about it. If life were a 26-mile marathon, would you sprint with all your energy in the first 5 miles? Of course not. The wise runner knows how to conserve energy, when to push, and when to ease off to keep breathing steadily. Money works by the same principle. Psychologically, over-acceleration often comes from comparison. We see neighbors driving new cars, friends posting luxury vacations, colleagues buying second homes. And suddenly we find ourselves in a race we never signed up for, paying the price with stress, sleepless nights, and sometimes even broken relationships. The right pace begins with asking, how much is enough for me to feel content? Once you find that number, you realize freedom and happiness don't come from running faster than others. They come from running at your own rhythm. In the end, Morgan Housel reminds us, money isn't meant to prove you're better than someone else. It's meant to protect and nourish the quality of your life. Foolish spending is when you turn money into a tool of comparison. Wise spending is when you turn money into a shield that safeguards what you truly treasure: your family, your freedom, and the experiences that give life meaning. In today's America, where inflation, credit card debt, and social pressure weigh heavily, this lesson couldn't be more urgent. Instead of being swept into the endless race, ask yourself, where am I on this parabola? Am I climbing with balance or sliding down because I've pushed too hard? Perhaps happiness isn't found at the peak, but at the moment you know when to stop, when you can look back, smile, and say, I'm living at the rhythm that's truly mine.
Do you wake up every morning carrying a heavy weight on your shoulders? Unpaid debts? Do you find yourself working day and night only to see your paycheck vanish as soon as it arrives, going straight to credit card bills, car loans, the mortgage, leaving nothing behind for yourself? This is the reality millions of Americans face, and maybe you're in the same place too. In the best-selling book, The Total Money Makeover by Dave Ramsey, he doesn't offer flashy tips or quick fixes. Instead, he lays out a clear, step-by-step, practical plan to get out of debt, build an emergency fund, and ultimately achieve financial freedom. This isn't just a book, it's a roadmap, a lifeline for anyone drowning in debt. Join me as we dive into this audiobook summary. If you're ready to transform your financial life, make sure to listen until the end. And don't forget to hit like and follow the channel so you won't miss other life-changing books that can shift your financial mindset and bring you closer to wealth and peace of mind. Part 1. Baby Step 1. Building a $1,000 emergency fund. Imagine this. One morning you're driving to work when suddenly your tire blows out. You reach for your wallet and realize you only have a few crumpled bills left. What happens next? For most Americans, the answer is simple. Swipe the credit card. And just like that, debt piles on top of debt. Dave Ramsey calls this the dangerous cycle so many families fall into. Even a small financial shock can drag them deeper into debt. That's why the very first step in the Total Money Makeover is to set aside a $1,000 emergency fund. Now, you might be thinking, $1,000? That's nothing. How can that possibly cover the big stuff? But this fund isn't meant to be an investment or a long-term savings account. It's your safety cushion, a buffer for life's unexpected expenses. Things like a car repair, a surprise medical bill, a broken washing machine, or even a traffic ticket. According to the Federal Reserve, nearly 40% of Americans don't even have $400 on hand for an emergency. That means even a minor setback could push them straight into debt. Your $1,000 fund becomes that first line of defense, protecting you from falling into the hands of banks and credit card companies every time life throws a curveball.
So how do you come up with $1,000 quickly? Dave offers some very practical advice. Do whatever legal work you can to bring in cash. Sell the things you no longer need, clothes, old electronics, that bike collecting dust in the garage. Pick up extra shifts on the weekends or take on short-term freelance work. Cut unnecessary spending for just 1 or 2 months. Dave shares stories of people who scraped together their first $1,000 in just a couple of weeks by selling items on eBay or hosting a garage sale. The key is urgency. You have to treat this like a sprint, not a marathon. And once you've got that $1,000 sitting safely in your account, you'll feel the difference immediately. It's the peace of mind that comes from knowing a small emergency won't drag you back into the quicksand of debt. It's only the beginning, but it's the foundation for building a stronger, more secure financial future. Part 2. Baby Step 2. The Debt Snowball. Now that you've built your $1,000 emergency fund, Dave Ramsey says it's time to face the real monster, debt. According to Experian, the average American carries more than $96,000 in debt: credit cards, student loans, car loans, and other consumer debt. These aren't just cold numbers on a piece of paper. They're the stress you feel every time the phone rings, the restless nights worrying about the next collection notice from the bank. So how do you break free? Dave Ramsey introduces his famous method, the debt snowball. The principle is simple. List all your debts from smallest to largest. Focus all your energy on paying off the smallest debt first while still making minimum payments on the rest. Once that first debt is gone, roll the payment you were making into the next debt. Repeat the process. With each debt eliminated, the money you free up grows like a snowball, rolling downhill, getting bigger and bigger. Some people ask, why not pay off the highest interest debt first to save money? The answer lies in human behavior. Paying off a small debt quickly gives you a powerful sense of victory, a mental and emotional boost that keeps you motivated. That momentum is often the difference between success and giving up halfway. Dave shares the story of a couple in Texas. They earned just over $50,000 a year, but were drowning in nearly $70,000 of credit card and consumer debt. They started with their smallest balance, just $600. Within weeks, it was gone. Next came a $1,000 balance, then $2,000. After each debt disappeared, they celebrated with a simple dinner. And after more than 2 years of persistence, they were completely debt-free. The debt snowball isn't just about math, it's about psychology. Personal finance is not just arithmetic, it's behavior. And Ramsey knows that emotions drive our decisions far more than logic. As you work the debt snowball, you'll feel the weight lifting off your shoulders with each debt that disappears. No more dodging calls from the bank, no more dread when opening the mailbox. Instead, you'll feel control, clarity, and the confidence that you're finally on the right track. Part 2 ends with a powerful reminder. Stay persistent. Eliminate debt step by step and don't wait for a miracle, because financial freedom doesn't come from winning the lottery. It comes from the small, consistent choices you make every single day.
Part 3. Baby Step 3. The Fully Funded Emergency Fund. 3 to 6 months of expenses. You've built your starter $1,000 emergency fund. You've also begun tackling your debts with the debt snowball. Now it's time for the next stage, creating a fully funded emergency fund, equal to 3 to 6 months of your family's basic living expenses. Why so much? Imagine losing your job unexpectedly. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, the average unemployed person takes about 5 months to find new work. Without a safety net, what happens? Out come the credit cards, the debt piles back on, and everything you just worked so hard for in Baby Step 2 could collapse. A 3 to 6 month emergency fund acts as your shield against life's bigger surprises. A medical emergency that lands you in the hospital, a major car repair costing several $1,000s, or, as we all saw during the COVID-19 pandemic, millions of Americans losing their jobs in just a matter of weeks. Dave Ramsey emphasizes this point. Once you have this fund, you'll live with a completely different mindset. No more fear of layoffs. No more stress if your child gets sick and you have to take time off work.
you know you have time, space, and financial breathing room. Take the example of a family in Ohio earning about $60,000 a year. Their basic monthly expenses, housing, car payments, food, insurance, totaled around $3,500. After paying off their debts, they started saving for their emergency fund. Their target was 4 months of expenses, about $14,000. It took them nearly 18 months to get there, but once they did, they said, for the first time in our lives, we could sleep peacefully without the fear of what tomorrow might bring. Most importantly, Ramsey warns this is not spending money. It's not for vacations, shopping sprees, or upgrades. Think of it like the windshield on your car. You hope you'll never need it, but when life throws something at you, it's the very thing that protects you. By the time you've built your 3 to 6 month emergency fund, you've reached a new level of financial freedom, security, and from here, you'll finally have the foundation to start building real wealth. Part 4. Baby Step 4. Invest 15% of your income for the future. Once you're debt-free and have a fully funded 3 to 6 month emergency fund, it's time to turn the page to a whole new chapter, building long-term wealth through investing. Dave Ramsey recommends investing 15% of your household income into retirement accounts or the stock market. But why 15%? Not more, not less. If you invest less, you risk not having enough to live comfortably in retirement. If you invest more, you might shortchange other important goals, like paying for your children's education or paying off your home. 15% strikes the balance. It allows you to live well today while also securing tomorrow. Now, let's look at the power of compound interest, what Albert Einstein once called the 8th wonder of the world. Imagine you're 30 years old, earning $60,000 a year, and you consistently invest 15% of your income. That's $9,000 a year, or $750 a month. If you place that money in an S&P 500 index fund with an average historical return of 10% annually, by age 65, you could have around $3 million. All from discipline and time. Ramsey stresses one important truth. Investing is not about getting rich quick. It's about getting rich for sure. He advises focusing on diversified mutual funds rather than gambling on hot stocks or cryptocurrency hype. In fact, studies show that over 70% of Americans who try to time the market fail. The real winners are the steady investors who let their money sit, let time do the work, and stay consistent. For example, a couple in Texas, both working in education, earned a combined $80,000 a year. When they reached Baby Step 4, they faithfully invested 15% of their income for 20 years. The result? They became millionaires before the age of 55, not by luck, but by discipline. And the best part of this step isn't the millions in your account, it's the freedom that money brings. Freedom to retire early if you choose. Freedom to take a job you love, not just one that pays the bills. Freedom to spend more time with your kids, your grandkids, and on the adventures that matter most. Baby Step 5 is where you move from defense, avoiding debt and risk, to offense, where your money starts working for you. And it sets the foundation for the next step, investing in your children's future and your family's legacy. Part 5. Baby Step 5. Saving for your children's college. If you've made it this far, it means you're debt-free, you've built your emergency fund, and you're steadily investing for your own future. Now, it's time to think beyond yourself, to prepare for the next generation. In America, college is one of the biggest financial burdens families face. According to the College Board, the average tuition for a 4-year public university is about $11,000 per year for in-state students, and nearly $30,000 for out-of-state students. For private schools, tuition can easily exceed $40,000 per year. Without early preparation, your children may be forced into the student loan crisis, a weight that already burdens more than 43 million Americans with over $1.6 trillion in debt. Dave Ramsey makes this point clear. Don't let your kids start adult life carrying a ball and chain of student loans. If you can help them attend college debt-free, that's one of the greatest gifts you can ever give them. So, how do you prepare?
Ramsey recommends using tax-advantaged savings tools in the U.S., like a 529 college savings plan or an ESA, education savings account. These accounts let you invest your savings, and the growth is tax-free when used for education expenses. For example, if you contribute just $200 a month into a 529 plan starting when your child is born, and it grows at an average of 7% annually, by the time they're 18, you'll have over $77,000. That's enough to cover most in-state tuition at a public university without touching student loans. The key isn't how much money you have today. It's that you start early and stay consistent. Small amounts combined with time and compound interest can completely transform your child's financial future. Baby Step 5 also carries a deeper meaning. You're not just building wealth for yourself, you're laying a foundation for the next generation. You're rewriting your family's financial story, from a cycle of debt to a legacy of freedom. That's the power of Baby Step 5, not just securing the present, but giving opportunity and freedom to the ones you love most.
Part 6. Baby Step 6. Pay off your home early. For many American families, a home is more than just a place to live. It's also the biggest debt of their lifetime. According to the Federal Reserve, the average U.S. mortgage is around $236,000. That means millions of people will spend 15 to 30 years of their working lives just paying off the house they live in. Dave Ramsey's perspective is clear. Don't spend your whole life in debt. By the time you've reached this step, you've paid off all other debts, built your emergency fund, invested for retirement, and saved for your children's education. Now it's time to attack the final debt, your mortgage. Why does this matter so much? Because once your home is paid off, every dollar you earn is truly yours. No more banks taking a cut, no more interest slowly draining your finances, no more pressure to scrape together the monthly payment just to keep a roof over your head. Imagine this. If you add just $500 extra to your monthly mortgage payment on a 30-year loan, you could cut the term down to about 20 years and save over $60,000 in interest. Add $1,000 extra each month and you could shave off more than a decade, keeping hundreds of thousands of dollars that would have gone to the bank. Ramsey calls this the paid-off mortgage club, the group of people who completely own their homes. He often reminds us that true wealth isn't measured by income, but by freedom from debt. And the numbers back it up. According to the U.S. Census Bureau, older Americans over 65 who no longer have a mortgage report far greater financial security and peace of mind than those still paying one. Paying off your home isn't just a financial milestone, it's a feeling of absolute freedom. No more chains, no more fear of economic downturns, no more anxiety about job changes. At that point, your home isn't just property, it's a symbol of independence. Baby Step 6 is where you complete the picture of financial stability for your family, a fully paid-for home, a future without worry, and a mind completely at peace. Part 7. Baby Step 7. Build wealth and give. If you've made it to this step, it means you've paid off all debt, built your emergency fund, invested consistently, prepared financially for your children, and fully paid off your home. From here, money is no longer something you worry about. Instead, it becomes a tool to build lasting wealth. Dave Ramsey often says, wealth is not the goal, freedom is. But that freedom is sustained by solid wealth. And wealth isn't just about the numbers in your bank account. It's about having more than enough to live comfortably and the ability to share generously. According to Fidelity's 2023 report, Americans who begin investing early and stay consistent for 20 to 30 years are 6 times more likely to reach millionaire status than those who delay just 10 years. This is the power of long-term investing that Ramsey emphasizes. At this stage, your focus shifts to 3 things. Continue investing so your money creates more money, not for show, but to preserve stability for future generations and to live with complete peace of mind. Enjoy the fruits of your labor. Travel, shop, experience life in ways you once had to think twice about. But Ramsey reminds us to stay humble. As highlighted in The Millionaire Next Door, most true millionaires in America aren't flashy. They're frugal, modest, and wise with their investments. Give. This is perhaps Ramsey's most powerful message. Wealth is not meant to be hoarded. Giving through charity, supporting family, or helping your community brings a deeper joy than money alone ever could. Studies in psychology confirm that people who give regularly, whether money or time, experience higher levels of happiness and life satisfaction. With Baby Step 7, you become living proof of disciplined financial stewardship. Free from debt, free from pressure, you not only have wealth to enjoy, but also the ability to make an impact. Dave Ramsey calls this the legacy stage, the stage where you leave a legacy. And that legacy isn't just about money, but about the lessons of how to live, how to handle finances, and how to build true freedom. Money can feel like a heavy burden, but it can also be the doorway to freedom. Dave Ramsey has shown us that with discipline and persistence, anyone can break free from debt and build a life no longer ruled by financial stress. Remember this, money is only a tool. You are the one who decides how to use it.
There's a moment that almost all of us have experienced. When you wake up one morning, rush to drive to work, gulp down your coffee, and spend the whole day doing a job that no longer excites you. All just to earn a paycheck that seems to disappear before you even touch it, swallowed by bills, loans, and the same familiar expenses. People around you say, "You're doing fine. You have an income, a home, a car. You're not exactly poor." But deep down, you know, something isn't right. Money, the thing that's supposed to bring freedom, has somehow become a burden. It's not that you don't have money, it's that you no longer feel joy when it comes to money. Okoroafor calls this the silent exhaustion of modern life. We were taught how to earn money, how to spend it, but never how to be happy with it. We're great at working, but clumsy when it comes to peace. The book, Financial Joy, doesn't teach you how to get rich quick or make risky investments. It's a 10-week journey to help you heal your relationship with money, to stop living in fear and start living in financial joy. Because maybe the real issue was never how much money we have, but how we understand and use money to feel truly happy. Imagine that in just 10 weeks, you could feel calm when opening your banking app, proud when spending your money, and free when planning your future. That's what financial joy is all about. And today, we'll walk through it, week by week, to explore this 10-week journey that takes you from financial anxiety to genuine joy with money. Week 1. Facing your financial reality. Okoroafor begins his 10-week journey with something that sounds simple, yet it's the challenge most of us avoid: facing the truth. Not the truth about how much we earn, but the truth about how we live with money. Many of us say, "I'm fine. I pay my bills, I have a job." But when the lights go out, when silence fills the room, a small voice inside whispers, "Why do I still feel so anxious?" Ken shares that he lived with that feeling for years. As a Nigerian immigrant living in the UK, he and his wife worked hard, had degrees, stable jobs, yet they constantly felt emotionally drained and financially stressed. Every time payday came, the money vanished, as if there was a hole in their pocket. He realized that most of us don't truly know where we stand. We know the numbers in our bank account, but not what they mean. We know how much we owe, but we don't want to look at it. And we spend money without realizing that every purchase is a vote for the kind of life we're choosing to live. In the first week of Financial Joy, Ken gives a task that sounds dry but holds incredible power. Write everything down. Every source of income, every expense, every debt. No judgment, no shame, just the truth. Because, as he says, you can't change what you can't see. This is the week of financial awakening.
Not to blame yourself for past decisions, but to open your eyes and truly see how you've been living with money. Ken describes the moment he and his wife first sat down together, opened an Excel sheet, and saw their entire year of spending laid bare. It wasn't pleasant. It was painful. But that moment, they realized, we've been living on money we haven't actually earned yet. That wasn't just a financial lesson, it was a lesson in honesty. So in this first week, Ken doesn't teach you how to make more money, nor how to invest it. He teaches you to face your reality. Because clarity is the first step to freedom. When you understand where you are, only then can you decide where you want to go. And when you dare to face the real numbers, you begin your journey toward true financial joy.
Week 2. Building a financial joy mindset. If week 1 was about looking into the mirror, then week 2 is about changing how you see yourself in it. Ken Okoroafor says, most of us don't have a problem with money. We have a problem with what we believe about money. For many years, he believed that money was something you had to fight for, chase after, and control at all costs. He grew up in an immigrant family where the saying was, you have to work twice as hard to get half as much. That belief, though filled with determination, planted a quiet seed of fear, the fear that money is always about to disappear. And when you're afraid of losing money, you can never truly enjoy it. Week 2 of Financial Joy isn't about making more money. It's about thinking differently about money. Because every financial plan eventually fails if your mindset is still chained by fear and guilt. Ken shares that he has worked with hundreds of Americans who earn well, some with high salaries and stable lives, yet they live under constant financial pressure. They believe that happiness will come once the debt is gone, once they have 6 months of savings, once their salary increases. But when those things finally happen, they still don't feel any happier. Why? Because they're still living with a scarcity mindset. They see money as something to guard, not as a tool to build a meaningful life. Ken calls this the subtle trap of false abundance. We assume that having more money will make us worry less, but if your mindset doesn't change, your worries will simply wear a more expensive suit. To build a mindset of financial joy, Ken introduces 3 small but powerful shifts. 1. Practice gratitude before you spend. Before you swipe your card, ask yourself, will this spending make my life richer in a meaningful way? A dinner with family might be worth more than thousands spent just to impress others. 2. Separate your identity from your balance sheet. You are not your bank account. Your worth isn't measured by your balance sheet. When you understand this, you stop fearing not enough, because you start living from a place of enough. 3. See money as a tool for meaning. Ken writes, when money stops being the center, it starts to serve you. He and his wife began prioritizing goals that brought real joy, supporting immigrant communities, teaching their kids gratitude, and investing time in each other. And here lies the biggest lesson of week 2. Financial joy doesn't come from how much you have, but how you feel and what you do with it. Ask yourself this: if you didn't earn another dollar tomorrow, could you still feel at peace with what you have today? If your answer is not quite, then this is your moment to start again, with a new belief. Money isn't a battle to be won, it's a relationship to be healed. Week 3. Eliminating debt strategically. Nothing steals joy faster than an unpaid debt. It's not just a number on a statement, it's a quiet shadow that hangs over every dream. Ken Okoroafor once said, "Debt is a prison without bars. It makes you wake up every morning feeling like you're still not enough.
He's been there. A father, a husband, with a steady job, but a credit card that was always flashing red. Every month, he made payments just to keep it quiet, but never truly got out of it. And that loop, spending, regretting, repaying, then spending again, became the rhythm of a life stuck on repeat. Week 3 of financial joy is the week of liberation, but not the dramatic, cut up your credit cards kind of liberation. It's liberation through strategy. Ken believes that escaping debt doesn't require a miracle. It requires a smart plan and a new belief. Debt is not a destiny, it's a phase. He breaks this process into 3 steps, each one not just a tactic, but a way to reclaim control of your life. Step 1. Face the full picture of your debt. Ken tells the story of an American woman named Rachel, who once had 8 different debts: credit cards, student loans, and a car loan. She had never listed them all together because even thinking about it made her dizzy. But when Ken guided her to write down every amount, every interest rate, every due date, she cried. Not because the number was too big, but because for the first time she could finally see what she was fighting against. Clarity isn't comfortable, but it's the first step to freedom. If you don't know who you owe and how much, you'll live in confusion, and confusion is fertile ground for fear. Step 2. Choose your strategy: snowball or avalanche. Ken doesn't believe in one-size-fits-all formulas. He says you need to choose a repayment method that fits your psychology. The snowball method: pay off the smallest debt first. Each win gives you momentum to keep going. The avalanche method: attack the debt with the highest interest rate first. You'll save more money in the long run. For Ken, there's no right or wrong approach, only the one that keeps you moving forward. He encourages readers to turn debt repayment into a ritual of victory, not punishment. Each debt you eliminate is a step toward joy, not a punishment for past mistakes. Step 3. Rebuild your relationship with money. Ken says, if you pay off your debt but never change your mindset, it'll come back, just in a different form. Many people, after becoming debt-free, end up right back where they started, because deep down, they're still using money to fill emotional gaps, loneliness, insecurity, or social pressure. Ken suggests creating a new rule. Before any major purchase, ask yourself, does this serve my freedom or take it away? If it takes, stop. If it serves, spend with gratitude, not guilt, not excess. Week 3 ends with an emotional exercise. Write a letter or a journal entry to your former self, the version of you who lived in fear and debt. Thank them for surviving and promise that from today you'll live differently. Because clearing debt, as Ken reminds us, isn't just about paying money back to the bank, it's about paying peace back to yourself.
Weeks 4 to 5. Growing income and saving smart. After learning to face the truth, reshape your mindset, and break free from debt, Ken Okoroafor guides us into a new phase, the phase of building. He says, financial freedom doesn't come from cutting back on expenses, but from expanding the value you can create. Many people think the way out of financial pressure is to save more, but Ken points out that saving alone won't save you if your income is still limited by fear. And on the other hand, even a high income won't save you if you spend unconsciously. Weeks 4 and 5 are about finding balance between earning and keeping, between growth and stability. Week 4, growing income, not just working more, but thinking differently. Ken tells the story of his friend Marcus, a software engineer in Atlanta earning over $100,000 a year, yet still living paycheck to paycheck. Marcus used to think, there's no way I can make more. So Ken asked him one simple question. If your income were cut in half tomorrow, would you figure out a way to survive? Marcus went silent. Then Ken said, so why do you think it's impossible to double it? To Ken, growing your income isn't about hustling harder, it's about expanding your value.
He invites readers to explore 3 potential sources that anyone can tap into. 1. Your existing skills. What problems can your current abilities solve for others? Ken shares how he and his wife started The Humble Penny, a simple personal finance blog born from their experiences, which later became a second source of income and eventually a full-fledged business. 2. Your relationships. No one builds wealth alone. Ken emphasizes that talking to successful people isn't about asking for opportunities, but about learning how they think. If you want to change your wallet, change who sits at your dinner table. 3. Your time. Many say they don't have time to make extra money, yet spend hours every day scrolling through TikTok or Netflix. Ken calls this the paradox of our age. We have enough energy to scroll, but not enough to build. Week 5. Saving smart. Keeping money to serve joy. After learning how to earn, Ken moves to what he calls the art of keeping, saving with purpose. He recalls that when he was struggling financially, he used to see saving as sacrifice, as living less today for a better tomorrow. But over time, he realized the opposite. Saving is an act of love, a way of saying to yourself, I deserve a better future. Ken breaks saving into 3 layers, a simple framework that thousands of people have used to escape financial chaos. Layer 1, the safety fund. 3 to 6 months of living expenses. Not just to prepare for emergencies, but to buy peace of mind. When you have this cushion, you make decisions out of clarity, not fear. Layer 2, the opportunity fund. Ken calls this the fund that invests in you. A course, a tool, or even a small business idea, all can come from here. Saving isn't just to avoid risk, it's to be ready when opportunity knocks. Layer 3, the joy fund. This is Ken's favorite concept. He says, if you only save to pay bills, you'll forget what living means. Set aside a small amount for what makes you smile, a trip, a dinner date, a gift for your parents. Because joy isn't the reward at the end, it's the energy that fuels your journey. Ken closes these 2 weeks with a powerful truth. Growing your income teaches you how to create more. Saving smart teaches you how to appreciate more. But only when you learn both are you truly free. Weeks 4 and 5 aren't just about numbers. They're about reclaiming ownership of your life by earning with purpose and saving with gratitude.
Weeks 6 and 7 mark the next phase of Ken Okoroafor's journey to financial freedom, turning money into a tool that serves your future, not just a number sitting in your bank account. Ken emphasizes, money doesn't create value on its own, but if you place it in the right hands and the right places, it will work for you instead of you working for it your entire life. The trap of sleeping money. Many Americans fall into the same pattern. They earn money, park it in a checking account, or spend it on short-term pleasures, but never see their real wealth grow. Ken calls this the sleeping money trap. You think your money is safe, but in reality, time and inflation are quietly stealing its value. Investing, not to get rich fast, but to get free. Ken tells the story of Lisa, an office worker in Chicago. She used to fear investing, believing that only the wealthy could play the stock market. But after following Ken's guidance, she started small, just $50 a month into an index fund. A few years later, that small step became a meaningful source of wealth. More importantly, Lisa gained something money can't buy: confidence. She no longer feared money, she understood it. Ken teaches that investing isn't about gambling or chasing trends. It's about using the power of time, patience, and strategy to let money multiply for you. Every single investment is a small step toward your financial freedom. Building wealth, when money works for you. But Ken doesn't stop at stocks and bonds. He reminds us that true wealth isn't just financial. It's anything that builds lasting value. A new skill can raise your future earning potential. A meaningful relationship can open doors to new opportunities. And a consistent habit of mindful spending and saving becomes an invisible asset, one that shields you when life gets turbulent. Ken and his wife practiced what they taught. They dedicated a portion of their income to small but meaningful projects, turning a personal blog into an online course, and a small investment into an education fund for their children. Every dollar they invested served a purpose, creating value, freedom, and joy, not just a bigger number in the bank. Core lessons from weeks 6 and 7. Investing isn't about getting rich fast. It's about creating freedom and joy. True wealth serves your values and life goals, not social expectations. The journey to investing starts small, with consistency, clarity, and purpose. Ken closes these 2 weeks with a powerful reflection. When you turn money into assets, you're not just accumulating wealth, you're building confidence, peace of mind, and the power to choose. That's the true essence of financial joy.
Week 8 to 9. Balancing life and money. If weeks 6 to 7 were about building wealth, then weeks 8 to 9 are about keeping balance. Ken Okoroafor reminds us that financial freedom without a fulfilled life is not freedom at all. He tells the story of Mark, a young entrepreneur in New York. Mark made great money, had a growing investment portfolio, and a healthy bank account, yet his family always felt distant. Late nights at the office, postponed vacations, and the constant fear of not having enough slowly stole away the simple joys, like warm dinners and laughter with his kids. Ken says, money only brings happiness when it serves your life, not when it controls it. In weeks 8 to 9, Ken teaches how to balance the 3 pillars of financial joy. 1. Money is a tool, not a goal. Every expense and every investment should answer one question: how does this serve my life? Ken reminds us that many Americans work tirelessly to earn money, but forget to live. They chase numbers instead of values. And in that chase, joy quietly fades away. 2. Set boundaries for work and spending. Boundaries don't limit your opportunities, they protect your peace. Ken shares a personal habit. He and his wife dedicate 1 golden hour each evening. No devices, no emails, just time together with their kids. He calls it happiness investing, where the returns aren't measured in dollars, but in peace, presence, and connection. 3. Let saving and investing serve your lifestyle, not just your balance sheet. Once you've built your safety fund, opportunity fund, and joy fund, money stops being a source of pressure. It becomes a tool to live intentionally, to support your family, contribute to your community, and pursue lifelong passions. Ken shares the example of the Jensen family in Texas, who adopted his 3-layer savings system: a safety fund for emergencies, an opportunity fund for education and investments, a joy fund for moments that make life worth living. The result? They became not only financially stable, but emotionally free, closer, calmer, and happier than they'd ever been. Core lessons from weeks 8 to 9. Money is a means, not an end. Living intentionally with money helps you balance wealth creation with genuine enjoyment. Financial happiness isn't about being rich, it's about peace in your choices. Ken closes these 2 weeks with a powerful message. If you can balance wealth building with truly living each day, you'll realize that money was never the problem. The real challenge was how you chose to live with it. Week 10. Designing a financially free life. After 9 weeks of facing reality, reshaping your mindset, eliminating debt, growing income, saving wisely, investing, and balancing life, Week 10 marks the final step. Turning all those lessons into a lifestyle, into true joy with money. Ken Okoroafor emphasizes, financial joy isn't a destination, it's the way you move through each day with freedom, peace, and purpose. He tells the story of Maria, a teacher in California. Maria once struggled under student loan debt, worried about insufficient income,
and felt out of control with money. But after following Ken's 10-week program, she not only paid off her debt, built her safety fund, and invested wisely, but she also redesigned her life. She now teaches free classes to children, travels with her family without anxiety, and lives each day with joy, with money serving her, not controlling her. Ken calls this financial freedom with joy, a state where money is a tool and you hold the reins. No more fear, no more stress every time you open your banking app. Only clarity, smart choices, and daily happiness remain. Core lessons from week 10: turn money into a tool that serves your life, not a source of worry. Design financial habits and principles that automatically support your values and happiness. Financial joy is a lifestyle, not a number on a bank statement. Ken concludes the journey with a powerful message. If you live each day with financial joy, you don't just change your bank account, you change the experience of life itself. Create a life where money serves you, not the other way around. The 10-week journey of financial joy isn't just about numbers or bank balances. It's about freedom, about the joy of controlling your money instead of letting money control you. It's about peace of mind, confidence in your decisions, and the ability to live each day the way you truly want to. If you're ready to face reality, shift your mindset, and create the financial life you deserve, explore each step in Ken Okoroafor's book, Financial Joy. The link to purchase the book is in the description below. Start your journey today and learn not just to live adequately, but to live fully, freely, and joyfully with money.
In 1941, an 11-year-old boy in Omaha walked into a used bookstore and stumbled upon a small book. On the cover, it read, 1,000 Ways to Make $1,000. He bought it, took it home, and read it all night. The next morning, he told his father a sentence that would later change the history of modern finance. "I'm going to be a millionaire by the time I'm 35. That boy was Warren Buffett. But what made this book special wasn't that it taught people how to get rich fast. It was that it taught them how to think like someone who creates value, someone who sees opportunity where others only see obstacles. In a world where everyone talks about how to make millions, this book focused on something simpler: how to make your first $1,000. Because the author understood one timeless truth: if you know how to make your first $1,000, you can learn how to make 10,000 and then 1,000,000. This wasn't a book about investing. It was a book about mindset, about how ordinary people start from zero and turn small ideas into great empires. And if you're tired of those promises to get rich in 30 days, stay until the end of this video, because once you understand the spirit of this book, you'll stop chasing money, and money will start finding you. Part 1. The Mindset of Making $1,000. Warren Buffett once said, "The first $1,000 is the hardest." And that's not just a statement about money, it's a statement about mindset. You see, back in the 1930s, during the Great Depression, America was drowning in unemployment, fear, and hopelessness. But in the middle of that crisis, a small book appeared with a simple promise: you can make your own $1,000 if you're willing to think. No big capital, no luck required, just a mind that looks for solutions instead of excuses. The author, Frances Miniker, didn't write like a theorist. She collected thousands of real stories from street vendors, farmers, students, ordinary people who created small but genuine value. One man turned his old car into a local delivery service. Another collected old newspapers, clipped coupons, and resold them. A housewife started a tiny bakery right in her own kitchen. Every idea began when someone stopped asking, "How can I get money?" and started asking, "What problem can I solve for others?" That, right there, is the foundation of all wealth. And the beautiful part is,
these people didn't just make $1,000. They earned something far more valuable, the belief that they could create value. Once you experience that feeling, the feeling of earning your first real dollar through your own ability, you never see the world the same way again. You stop fearing recessions. You stop depending on paychecks. You stop believing that wealth is a privilege meant for others. Instead, you begin to see opportunities everywhere, in unmet needs, in broken services, in forgotten ideas. And when you start thinking like that, the world stops being a battlefield of competition and becomes a map of empty spaces just waiting for you to fill them. That's what 1,000 Ways to Make $1,000 wants you to understand. Wealth doesn't begin with money. It begins with the ability to see value and the courage to create it.
Part 2. Start where you are, using what you have and the time you've got. If you notice, most people who say, "I'll start when the time is right," never actually start. The world is always divided into two kinds of people: those who wait until they have enough money, enough skills, enough luck, and those who simply use what they already have and let creativity turn that into an asset. 1,000 Ways to Make $1,000 was born in an era when almost no one had anything, and that's exactly why it became a guidebook for people who started small but thought big. They didn't have capital, but they had time. They didn't have tools, but they had curiosity, and that was enough. In the 21st century, that mindset still holds true, only the tools have changed. Back then, you might have used an old truck to deliver goods. Today, you can use your own car to drive for Uber, DoorDash, or Instacart. Back then, people went door to door selling homemade bread. Today, you can tell the story of your bread on TikTok, and customers will come to you. Some people start with an old laptop, making their first $100 by editing videos as a freelancer or teaching their skills on Fiverr or YouTube. Others spend their weekends creating handmade crafts to sell on Etsy. Someone else might turn their backyard into a small yoga studio for neighbors. No big capital needed, just one simple mindset. What do I already have, and who might need it? Francis Miniker, the author of the book, once said, "The rich aren't the ones with more resources. They're the ones who use their resources more creatively." And if you think capital only means money, you're missing the bigger picture. Time is capital. Skills are capital. Relationships are capital. And belief in yourself, that's the most powerful capital of all. Think about it. If you spent just 2 hours a day learning a new skill, video editing, AI, digital marketing, or sales, in 3 months, you could earn your first income without needing anyone's permission. Today's world doesn't lack opportunity. It lacks people willing to start small. Because everyone dreams of becoming a millionaire, but very few are willing to earn their first 1,000. That's why this book still matters nearly a century later. It doesn't teach you how to make money. It teaches you the habit of seeing opportunity in what you already have. And once you truly understand that, you realize something powerful. Financial freedom doesn't start in your bank account. It starts right where you are, in the 2 free hours you have tonight. Part 3. Find a need and fill it. How ordinary people see opportunity. In every era, there are 2 kinds of people: those who complain that the world is full of problems, and those who see in every problem an opportunity to make money, create value, and change the game. Francis Miniker once wrote, "The rich aren't the ones with more resources. They're the ones who use their resources more creatively." Look around. The world today is full of gaps waiting to be filled. Elderly people living alone who need help with groceries. Remote workers looking for quiet spaces. Young parents wanting their kids to learn real-life skills outside school. All of these are unmet needs waiting for someone to care enough to solve them. Opportunity doesn't depend on your degree. It depends on your sensitivity to the needs of others. Take the story of Sarah Blakely, the founder of Spanx. She wasn't a fashion designer. She had no investors, just a fax machine saleswoman with a problem. She couldn't find a pair of pantyhose that looked right under her white pants. So she cut the legs off a pair of tights and made her own solution. A few years later, she became the youngest self-made female billionaire in America. Or Nick DeAliosi, a 17-year-old from the UK who got frustrated reading long news articles and built a news summarizing app, which he later sold to Yahoo for $30 million. He didn't invent new technology, he just solved a small but common problem. Today, find a need and fill it can start just as simply. A freelancer uses AI to help small businesses write affordable ad copy. A college student builds a TikTok channel teaching English tips and earns brand sponsorships. A father designs a budgeting app for his family and shares it on the App Store. None of them had $1 million idea. They just listened carefully to other people's pain points. As Francis once said, opportunity never knocks on your door. It's already in your kitchen, on your street, or in the job you can't stand. That truth hasn't changed in the age of Uber, Etsy, Amazon, or YouTube, because the formula for earning your first $1,000 has always been the same. Look around, spot a real problem, help someone solve it, and get paid for it. And here's the best part. Once you start viewing the world through the lens of a problem solver, everything around you becomes a small business opportunity. A casual coffee chat might turn into a startup idea. A weekend side job could open the door to financial freedom. Someone's frustration could become your gold mine if you're observant enough to notice it. In the end, wealth doesn't come from knowing more. It comes from seeing differently. Ordinary people see problems and complain. Wealthy people see problems and ask, if I could fix this, how much value could I create? Money doesn't flow to the smartest person. It flows to the one who understands people the best.
Part 4. Sell value, not products. In the old world, people sold things, a pen, a chair, a bottle of water. But in today's world, people buy meaning. They don't buy a cup of coffee. They buy the feeling of I'm starting a new day. They don't buy a pair of sneakers. They buy the belief that I can become better. That's why Starbucks can sell a $5 cup of coffee when you could brew the same amount of caffeine at home for 50 cents. Because Starbucks doesn't sell coffee. It sells an experience. What customers pay for isn't the paper cup. It's the feeling of belonging, calm, and I'm living well. Francis Minakar once told the story of a small-town carpenter. He didn't compete by building cheaper furniture, he competed by understanding his customers better. When others sold dining tables, he sold a place for the whole family to come together every night. When others talked price, he asked, how do you want to feel when you walk into this room? The result? He doubled his income, selling the same product because he wasn't selling wood, he was selling emotion. If you pay attention, every successful person understands this truth. Elon Musk doesn't just sell electric cars, he sells the dream of the future. Steve Jobs didn't sell iPhones, he sold the feeling of being different. And today, an ordinary YouTuber in America doesn't just post videos, they sell belief, connection, and authenticity. So what about you? If you're baking, are you selling cakes or are you selling a small moment of joy in someone's busy day? If you design websites, are you selling pages of code or confidence for a small business taking its first step online? That tiny shift in thinking is the difference between making a living and building wealth. Francis once said, "No one buys what you make. They buy what they believe it will do for them." It's a simple idea,
but it's the compass that guides every great entrepreneur. When you sell products, you get compared by price. When you sell value, you get paid for meaning. In today's world, that might look like this. If you sell an online course, don't promote 10 video lessons. Say, a way to master a skill most people are afraid to learn. If you offer a service, don't highlight low prices. Say, we help you save time so you can focus on what truly matters. If you sell handmade goods, don't just say high-quality materials. Tell the story behind them. Because in a world full of choices, stories are what people buy. Ordinary people ask, what can I sell? Wealthy people ask, who can I help? How can I help them? And how will it make them feel more valuable? That question, simple as it sounds, is the starting point of every lasting path to wealth. You don't need a perfect product. You just need to understand your customer better than anyone else. When you touch their pain, their dreams, or their beliefs, money stops being the goal. It becomes the natural result. And when you sell true value, you don't just make your first $1,000. You build the foundation of a business that can truly live and last. Part 5. The power of small wins. Success comes from a chain of small victories. When people talk about making money, most imagine big leaps, landing a huge deal, or hitting a lucky investment overnight. But Francis Minakar, with the eyes of a humble observer of everyday life, said it differently. Your first $1,000 doesn't come from one big idea. It comes from a series of small things done slightly better than everyone else. Number 1, the power of momentum. In one story from the book, a street vendor in the 1930s in New York had no capital, no education, and sold only a few small items a day. But instead of trying to sell more, he focused on selling better. Every customer was served with sincerity. Every small profit was carefully noted. And after a few months, that small consistency multiplied in surprising ways. He didn't have a breakthrough, he simply repeated the right thing every day. And that repetition became his personal snowball effect. And 2, in the modern world, small wins are the greatest asset. Today, we live in a culture of speed and instant gratification. People want to go viral, break through, and get rich fast. But if you look at the journeys of truly successful people, from Jeff Bezos to Mark Cuban, they all started with small, repeatable victories. Bezos didn't start Amazon with millions of products. He sold books. Cuban didn't begin by owning an NBA team. He sold software online. Each small step, repeated over time, opened bigger doors. Number 3, small wins build a winning mindset. Francis emphasized, a person doesn't need to earn a lot to become wealthy. They just need to know they're moving forward. When you hit a small goal, whether it's earning $50 online, making your first sale, or saving 10% of your income, you don't just gain money, you gain belief. And that belief, not the amount, is what fuels your next step. This mindset works like psychological leverage. It helps you push through procrastination, fear of failure, and the feeling of not being ready. A small victory today becomes the energy for a major step tomorrow. Number 4, the mindset behind a chain of wins. Ordinary people ask, how can I win big? Wealthy people ask, how can I avoid losing small and keep winning consistently? A big win can be luck, but a chain of small wins is a skill. Francis believed that once you master the art of creating small, steady income streams, whether through selling, investing, or building a personal brand, you're building a self-sustaining money system. And once that system runs, you no longer chase money, money finds you. In today's world, a small win could be writing your first newsletter and getting 100 readers, making your first sale on Etsy or Amazon, uploading your first video and receiving positive feedback, learning a new skill that earns you an extra $100 a month. None of these are small. They're the first breaks of your financial freedom wall. Francis Minakar summed it up beautifully. Getting rich isn't a genius's game. It's a repetition game. Remember, your first $1,000 isn't just money. It's proof that you can do it. And from there, every door begins to open.
Part 6. From $1,000 to financial freedom. When your mindset changes, everything changes. There's a simple yet powerful truth that Francis Minakar often repeated in her humble writings. A person who earns their first $1,000 through their own thinking will never be poor again because they've learned how to create value. 1. The difference between earning money and creating value. Many people stop after earning their first $1,000. They see it as luck or a small project. But truly wealthy people don't focus on the money itself, they focus on what created it. They ask, why did the customer pay me? What problem did I solve for them? If I repeat this, could it become a system? Francis called this the expansion mindset, the ability to turn a single result into a repeatable model. One person sells 10 products and stops. Another understands why those products sold and ends up selling 10,000. Earning your first $1,000 rewrites your mental code. Before earning your first $1,000, you might believe making money is hard, something reserved for people smarter or luckier than you. But once you create it yourself, by any means, you've broken through a psychological wall. Because now you know, money doesn't come from luck. Opportunities aren't exclusive. Real value lies in how you see the world. Once that belief shifts, everything changes. You stop looking for jobs. You start looking for problems to solve. You stop waiting for opportunities. You start creating them. And that's the true shift, from making money to financial freedom. Financial freedom comes from a system, not a number. Francis once told a story about a young woman in the 1930s who started baking and selling to her neighbors. From her first $5, she didn't buy more stuff, she bought more ingredients, tested new recipes, and gradually opened a bakery. There was no magic, just a mindset of systemizing what worked. She wasn't just making cakes, she was building a scalable model. That principle still applies today. Start by selling handmade products online, then build a small brand. Start teaching online, then create an automated course. Start with small investments, then build steady dividend income. Freedom doesn't come from a big amount fast. It comes from creating income streams that don't demand your time. When your thinking changes, so does your behavior. People who haven't earned $1,000 ask, how can I make money faster? Those who have ask, how can I make money work for me longer? That's the mental turning point. You start to see money as a tool for investment, not a reward. You prioritize efficiency over emotion. You focus on accumulating value instead of spending value. Francis wrote, when you learn how to make $1 work like 10, you've entered the world of the financially free. Financial freedom is the freedom to choose. Your first $1,000 may not buy much, but it buys back your belief that you can shape your own future. From that moment, you're no longer forced to do work you hate just to survive. You can choose projects you believe in, work that excites you, and live intentionally, not just by deadline. That's what Francis Minakar meant by financial freedom. Not having a lot of money, but having the power to choose how you live. When mindset changes, you don't just make money, you create value. Francis closed with a simple but profound reminder. Every dollar carries the mindset that created it. When you truly believe the value you create is limitless, money becomes a byproduct. It comes as a consequence,
not as the goal. Your first $1,000 is just the beginning. But if you hold on to that mindset, it can grow into $1 million, into freedom, into meaning. And then you'll finally understand, true wealth isn't about having more money, it's about no longer being controlled by the fear of losing it. If you pay close attention, every era has its own $1,000 threshold. In 1936, it symbolized a life-changing breakthrough. Today, for many Americans, $1,000 might just cover a month's rent or a credit card bill. But the meaning remains the same. That first $1,000 is always a test of mindset, discipline, and belief in yourself. Francis Miniker didn't write this book to show you 1,000 ways to make money. He wrote it to show you one way of thinking that can create 1,000 opportunities. Because once you learn how to see value where others only see problems, once you know how to start small, learn fast, and scale what works, you're not just making money, you're building the foundation for true financial freedom. And the truth is, no one teaches you this in school. If you want to dive deeper into the mindset, strategies, and real stories that helped thousands of ordinary people in the past century achieve their own version of financial freedom, then read the book 1,000 Ways to Make $1,000. You'll find the link to the book right below this video. Think of it as your first small investment in your financial journey, an investment in your mindset. Because as Francis once wrote, once you know how to create your first $1,000, you'll never have to worry about money again.
An 11-year-old boy in Omaha stands before an old Coca-Cola vending machine, counting the few coins he earned from selling newspapers. He wasn't born special, he wasn't a math prodigy, and he never dreamed of becoming a billionaire. He just held on to one simple belief. If he could keep his little snowball rolling a bit further every single day, someday it would grow big enough that nothing could stop it. 70 years later, that snowball has a name, Warren Buffett, and it has become one of the greatest fortunes the world has ever seen. But the real miracle isn't the hundreds of billions of dollars, it's the philosophy behind it, that wealth isn't a game of speed, but of depth, consistency, and faith in time. In a world obsessed with getting rich fast, Buffett chose to roll slowly and steadily. He never chased trends, never gambled on luck. He simply believed in the quiet power of compounding, of money, of knowledge, and of reputation. That's the soul of the Snowball, Warren Buffett, and the business of life. It's not just the story of an investor. It's a roadmap for anyone, even those starting from nothing, to build a snowball of their own. Because in the game of wealth, the winner isn't the one who moves the fastest, but the one who keeps their snowball rolling the longest. Part 1. The Snowball Philosophy. On a snowy hill in Omaha, Warren Buffett once said a simple line that would later become iconic. Life is like a snowball. The important thing is finding wet snow and a really long hill. A snowball, if it rolls long enough down a steep enough hill, grows from a tiny handful of snow into a massive force. And that's the perfect metaphor for Buffett's entire life. As a boy, Warren didn't have a million-dollar idea. He just had the habit of adding things up, saving every coin, every paper he sold, every book he read. While his friends dreamed of becoming pilots or baseball players, Warren was obsessed with the numbers in his savings ledger. He discovered that money could make more money, and if he gave it enough time, he'd never have to work for it again. The so-called snowball philosophy didn't start with investing. It began with a way of thinking, understanding that everything great starts small, and that most people fail simply because they don't have the patience to keep rolling. Warren never tried to get rich quick. He never needed one big win. He chose steady, boring, but solid investments,
because he knew that time is the strongest ally of the consistent. Every financial decision, every annual report he read, every conversation with Charlie Munger was just another roll of the snowball. No one could see it growing day by day, but over the years, it became unstoppable. This philosophy goes far beyond money. Buffett rolls his snowball through relationships, knowledge, and reputation. Each time he keeps a promise, he compounds trust. Each book he finishes adds another layer of wisdom, and together, those values form what he calls a compound interest of character, the interest on integrity. The beauty of the snowball philosophy lies in this: anyone can start it, but not everyone can keep it rolling. Because to keep it moving, you have to accept that most days will look unchanged, and yet believe that someday all those small efforts will add up to something great. Warren Buffett once said, "You don't need to do extraordinary things to get extraordinary results. You just need to do ordinary things extraordinarily well." And that is the essence of the snowball philosophy. It's not magic, it's not genius. It's patience, belief, and time. Three things most people lose in the race for speed. To Buffett, wealth isn't a destination. It's the natural outcome of steady accumulation, of a snowball that never stops rolling, and of a man who never stopped believing in the power of small, consistent steps.
Part 2. The Origins of Compound Thinking. If there's one mindset that defines Warren Buffett, it's not the investor's mindset. It's the compound mindset. The story begins in Omaha, sometime in the 1940s. A 10-year-old boy sits at the kitchen table, reading a worn-out library book called 1,000 Ways to Make $1,000. While other kids are outside playing, he's busy taking notes on how money moves, how every small decision today could grow into a much bigger opportunity tomorrow. That was the first time Warren Buffett understood compound interest, and he didn't see it as a math formula, but as a law of life. He realized that everything in life, money, knowledge, even trust, can multiply exponentially if you nurture it with patience and consistency. So, he started practicing that mindset in small, practical ways. When he invested $10 in a used pinball machine and placed it in a barber shop, he wasn't thinking about the profit for the week. He was thinking about how to make money work for him. Then he used that profit to buy a second machine, then a third. That's compound thinking in action, understanding that every repetition is a step closer to freedom. As he grew older, the philosophy didn't change, it just expanded. Buffett applied compound thinking to learning, reading, and relationships. Every page he read was an intellectual investment. Every conversation with someone smarter was compounding experience. He wasn't searching for a big leap. He was focused on the quiet accumulation of small, right actions. Charlie Munger, Buffett's lifelong partner and intellectual soulmate, once said a line that Buffett truly lived by: "Take a simple idea and take it seriously." For Buffett, compound thinking was that simple idea, a principle so ordinary, yet it became the foundation of every financial success and every life philosophy he built. Because while the world keeps chasing faster strategies, Buffett understood that greatness is born from persistence. You don't need to be smarter than others. You just need to be more patient than they are and let time do its work. That's the difference between those who are truly wealthy and those who merely look wealthy. The rich think in compound cycles. Others think in instant returns. Buffett turned this mindset into a complete way of life, a system that shaped every decision he made, from which companies to invest in, to how he spent his money, to the kind of person he chose to marry. Every choice returned to one simple question:
Will this add value to the future? Compound thinking is how Buffett views the world, not in terms of tomorrow, but in terms of 50 years from now. Not what will I gain right now, but what will this become if I do it right today? Maybe that's why Buffett still reads 500 pages a day, still lives in the same modest house in Omaha, and still has breakfast at McDonald's. Because he knows wealth is never the reward of speed, but the result of steady compounding. Part 3. Meeting Benjamin Graham, the man who planted the seed of value investing. If compound thinking was the foundation that built Warren Buffett, then Benjamin Graham was the man who gave him the map to go further. When Buffett was a young student at Columbia University, he came across The Intelligent Investor, the book later known as the Bible of value investing. From the very first pages, Buffett felt as if he had found someone who spoke his language. He once said, "Before I met Graham, I was investing in a fog. After I met him, the fog lifted." Benjamin Graham wasn't just a finance professor. He was a man who had lived through the wildest swings of the American market, a man who was rich before the Great Depression and then lost almost everything in 1929. But from those ashes, Graham discovered a timeless truth. In the short run, the market is a voting machine. In the long run, it is a weighing machine. When Buffett met Graham, he didn't just learn how to read balance sheets. He learned a philosophy of life, to see the world through the lens of intrinsic value, not through the noise of stock prices. Graham taught him that investing is an art of reason and discipline, not a game of emotion or luck. Don't let the crowd decide what your values are. Know what you own and know why you own it. In Graham's classroom, Buffett sat in the front row, taking notes on every word, every example. He didn't just admire his teacher's knowledge, he respected his calm and steady character. Here was a man who had survived chaos, and yet still believed in the quiet strength of true value. That was the kind of man Buffett wanted to become. After graduation, Buffett took a bold step. He wrote a letter to Graham offering to work for him for free, just for the chance to learn. And Graham, a notoriously private and demanding man, said yes. And so the boy from Omaha began working at Graham-Newman Corporation in New York, the place where Buffett's understanding of investing was forever transformed. One of the most profound lessons he learned there was the concept of Mr. Market, a fictional character Graham created to represent the market itself. Every day, Mr. Market knocks on your door offering to buy or sell your stocks, sometimes at absurdly high prices, sometimes at laughably low ones. Buffett realized, my job is not to argue with Mr. Market. My job is to take advantage of his moods. That idea shaped him for life. Never let emotions dictate financial decisions. Value investing isn't about chasing hot stocks, but about finding real businesses with real foundations and buying them when their price falls below their true worth. Graham taught Buffett to look at a company as if it were a person, to understand its history, its culture, its leadership, and above all, its financial character. Those years with Graham became the great turning point in Buffett's life. But perhaps the most important lesson was this: Buffett didn't just learn to imitate Graham, he learned to evolve from him. He later said, "Graham lit the lamp. I just learned how to carry it further." From Graham's foundation of value investing, Buffett developed his own philosophy, a blend of value and quality, of calculation and business intuition. If Graham taught him how to find good stocks, life would teach him how to find great companies. And that was when Warren Buffett's snowball truly began to roll, slowly, steadily, and with no intention of ever stopping. Part 4.
from investor to builder. When Warren Buffett left Benjamin Graham's firm, he didn't just carry with him the lessons of investing. He carried a quiet fire inside. How could he turn value investing into a philosophy for life, not just a financial strategy? In 1956, he returned to Omaha with nothing but an old desk, a small circle of trusted friends, and an idea few could understand: to create Buffett Partnership Ltd. There were no fancy offices, no logos, just handwritten letters to investors, humble in tone but razor-sharp in conviction. I don't promise quick profits. I only promise that I will invest your money as carefully as I invest my own. Buffett began his journey not through flashy deals, but through quiet accumulation, rolling his snowball one turn at a time. He invested in companies the market had forgotten, buying when others were afraid, holding when others were bored, trusting that real value would eventually rise to the surface. But then, something changed everything. One day, Buffett bought shares of Berkshire Hathaway, a dying textile mill in New England. At first, it was just another buy low, sell high deal. But when he saw how poorly the company was run, the inefficiency, the wasted potential, Buffett had an epiphany. Investing wasn't just about owning stocks, it was about owning businesses. From that moment, he began to transform. He was no longer just a value hunter like Graham. He was becoming a builder of value. He started to view businesses the way he viewed people. Does it have a strong culture? Is its leadership built on integrity? Are its cash flows sustainable? And most importantly, can it survive the storm? Buffett began acquiring companies he truly believed in: GEICO, See's Candies, The Washington Post, Coca-Cola. Ordinary names on the surface, but each one a quiet, honest money machine underneath. He didn't micromanage them. Instead, he empowered great leaders, people he called artists of business. He believed, if you hire good people and give them freedom, they'll create results you could never imagine. This was the moment Buffett stopped being just an investor. He became a financial architect. He built the Berkshire Hathaway ecosystem as a house of trust and true value. Each company became a brick, solid, steady, and focused on doing one thing exceptionally well. And slowly, the miracle unfolded. That small snowball from Omaha began to roll faster, grow bigger, and become unstoppable. Profits turned into new capital. New capital created more value. Just like snow layering upon snow, each layer thicker than the last, a perfect compound cycle of money, people, and trust. Warren Buffett once said, "I don't want to be the richest man in the world. I want to be the one who understands money the best, how it works, and how it can serve people." And he did just that, by evolving from an investor to a builder, from seeking opportunities to creating them, from picking stocks to choosing people, from earning money to building value. That was the turning point that made Warren Buffett a legend. Not because he had a secret formula, but because he discovered a simple, profound truth. Money doesn't create more money. People, systems, and trust, that's what keeps the snowball rolling forever. Part 5. Simplicity, the secret of true genius. Warren Buffett once said, "Every genius knows how to turn the complex into the simple. The amateur does the opposite." In a world of investing crowded with charts, tools, and forecasts, the old man from Omaha still sits in his modest office with a can of Coca-Cola, a few printed newspapers, and a pencil.
No supercomputers, no army of analysts. Just a clear mind and a set of unshakable principles. People often ask him, why don't you invest in fast-growing tech companies? Buffett simply replies, I don't invest in what I don't understand. That simple line has been his fortress, protecting him from dozens of financial bubbles through more than 70 years of investing. He understood that in a noisy world, the winner isn't the one who knows the most, it's the one who can ignore the most. Buffett has a rule he often repeats, the circle of competence. It doesn't have to be large, it just needs to be clear. Stay within the circle you truly understand and don't let greed pull you out of it. When Wall Street threw billions into .com stocks in 2000, Buffett quietly stayed on the sidelines. They called him outdated, the old man who doesn't get tech. But a few years later, when the bubble burst and companies collapsed, Buffett stood firm and Berkshire Hathaway kept growing steadily. That wasn't luck, it was the power of disciplined simplicity. He once told Charlie Munger, we don't have to know everything to succeed. We just need to know a few important things and act on them consistently over time. That mindset helped Buffett avoid the trap of being too smart for his own good. He never tried to predict oil prices, analyze quarterly interest rate moves, or chase the next 10x stock. Instead, he asked deceptively simple questions. Is this business easy to understand? Does it have a durable competitive advantage? Are its leaders honest and consistent? And, most importantly, if the market closed for 10 years, would I still be happy owning this company? That last question is the essence of value investing, because Buffett knows stock prices are noise, but value is music. The same simplicity shapes his personal life. He still lives in the same old house he bought in 1958, drives a modest car, spends hours reading every day, and builds his life around clarity and peace of mind. He's never been seduced by the flashiness of wealth. Buffett once said, if you can't find happiness in a Toyota, you won't find it in a Rolls-Royce. To him, simplicity is the highest form of intelligence, not because it lacks depth, but because it comes from understanding deeply enough to strip away everything unnecessary. In investing, in life, and in thought, Buffett has proven that genius isn't about doing more, it's about doing what truly matters. Not about making things complex, but keeping them pure, focused, and clear. And perhaps that's why his snowball never stops growing, because it's built not on risky leaps, but on small, deliberate, and lasting decisions. In a world full of financial temptations, Buffett chose to move slow and steady, and it's that very simplicity that made him the rare genius of sustainable success.
Part 6. Money versus meaning, when money is no longer the goal. When Warren Buffett turned 70, a journalist asked him, "Is there anything left you still want to achieve now that you're one of the richest men in the world?" He smiled softly and said, "Money was never my goal. It's simply the byproduct of doing what I love." That answer sounded light as air, but behind it lies a lifelong journey, a quiet dialogue between money and meaning. From a boy who loved numbers to a man who understood people. As a boy, Buffett was fascinated by numbers. He would sit alone for hours, jotting down compound interest tables, profits, and stock quotes. While his friends played baseball outside, young Warren was happiest with a calculator and a stack of financial sheets. To him, money was the most exciting game in the world,
a game where those who calculate well win. But as his snowball rolled farther and larger, and money stopped being a problem, he discovered a deeper truth. The game only matters when it creates value for others. From accumulating to giving. Buffett often says, "When you're lying on your deathbed, no one reads your bank balance. They remember who you were and what you gave them." That belief became the foundation of the Giving Pledge, a commitment he co-founded with Bill Gates, urging billionaires to donate the majority of their wealth to humanity. In one of his shareholder letters, Buffett wrote, "I've spent my life accumulating wealth, but I don't want to die leaving behind a pile of useless gold. I want that money to keep working, not for me, but for the world." It was a profound transformation from being the greatest wealth builder to becoming one of the wisest givers. And in that shift, Buffett found a new kind of joy, a purpose beyond numbers. True freedom doesn't live in a bank account. Many people dream of living Warren Buffett's life, financial freedom, power, fame. But if you look closely, you'll notice something ironic. He lives more simply than most middle-class Americans. The same modest house in Omaha, a $3 McDonald's breakfast, and his daily can of Coke. Buffett doesn't live frugally because he's cheap. He does it because he has nothing left to prove. He once said, "You're only truly rich when you can live the way you want without doing what you hate to impress people you don't even like." Money gives him freedom of choice, but meaning gives him a reason to wake up every morning. The art of living after success. Even in his 90s, Buffett still goes to the office every day. He reads 5 newspapers, has lunch with Charlie Munger, and gets excited like a young student discovering a great company. He doesn't work because he needs more money. He works because he loves the process. To him, working isn't about getting rich. It's about continuing to play the game he loves most. If you're doing what you love, you'll never work a day in your life. That's how Buffett sees the world. Money is the reward. Meaning is the purpose. And when those two align, you become wealthy, not just in your account, but in your soul. From snowball to legacy, when wealth leaves a trail. In the end, the snowball isn't just about accumulating assets. It's about accumulating values. Money can compound, but kindness and impact compound even faster over time. Each act of generosity, each opportunity shared becomes another snowflake in humanity's growing snowball. And long after we're gone, that snowball keeps rolling, carrying the meaning we leave behind. Warren Buffett has shown the world that the richest person isn't the one who has the most money, but the one who understands why they have it and what it's for.
Part 7. The snowball mindset for each of us. Not everyone can become Warren Buffett, but everyone can learn how he sees the world. Because the snowball isn't just a metaphor for wealth. It's a metaphor for how you live, think, and build value every single day. 1. Every small action is a snowflake. Warren Buffett didn't start with millions. He started with $100 and a used weighing scale for candies. No inheritance, no special advantage. What he did have was a small set of habits, repeated thousands of times. Every financial report he read, every market observation, every careful investment decision, they were all tiny snowflakes he gathered day after day. And over time, they fused into a massive snowball of knowledge, discipline, and belief. You can start the same way, by thinking long-term, keeping promises to yourself, and improving just 1% each day. Because the magic of a snowball doesn't come from how fast you roll it, but from your patience to let it grow. 2. Create value first. The rewards will follow.
Most people ask, how can I make more money? But the wealthy ask, how can I create more value for others? That's the difference between those who chase money and those whom money chases. When you help others solve problems, when you make the world just a little better, you're compounding real value, and money naturally follows. Look at Buffett. He doesn't hunt profits. He builds great businesses, helps them grow sustainably, creates jobs, and helps millions invest more wisely. That's why capital flows toward him, because he does what the market always respects. He creates real value. If you help enough people get what they want, you'll have everything you ever wanted. Zig Ziglar. That's the spirit of the snowball. Value spreads first, money comes later. 3. Choose the right hill for your snowball. Not everyone is rolling their snowball in the right place. Some people pick a hill that's too short. They trade time for money, doing the same task every day, never letting their snowball grow. Others roll on the wrong slope, chasing trends, rumors, or quick profits. Buffett chose a hill made of knowledge and time. He invests in things that grow stronger the longer they exist, not weaker. For us, the question is the same. Which hill is my snowball rolling down? Is it growing or melting? Your hill might be your career, your skills, your relationships, or your business. What matters is that it's long enough, strong enough, and always pointed toward creating real value. 4. When you create enough value, money stops being a problem. Warren Buffett never chased money. Money chased him. Because he understood one simple truth that most people overlook. Money is the reward for those who create real value and have the patience to let that value be recognized. If you focus on meaningful actions, if you pour your energy into doing your best work, the world will eventually reward you. Buffett calls it compound trust, trust that builds up over time. You trust you, the market trusts you, and eventually, money trusts you. 5. Your snowball is rolling every day, whether you notice it or not. Every decision you make, every habit you repeat, is another turn of your life's snowball. It may grow slowly, but it will grow if you stay consistent, keep learning, and focus on giving more than you take. Because in the end, wealth isn't about how much money you have, but how much value you leave behind. Money will come as a reward for those who never made it the goal. In the end, Warren Buffett once said, "Life is like a snowball. The important thing is finding wet snow and a really long hill." For you, that hill might be your passion, your purpose, or the value you want to share with the world. Start today, even with just a single snowflake. Because when you create enough value and let it spread, money will become the reward that finds you. Warren Buffett didn't become a legend because he was smarter than everyone else. He simply stayed persistent, stayed disciplined, and believed that every form of value, when nurtured long enough, will eventually multiply. His wealth isn't just in stocks or businesses. It's in the way he sees the world. When others demand results now, he chooses lasting effectiveness. When others chase big deals, he seeks big meaning. That's the snowball philosophy, a simple idea that can shape your entire life. Take a moment to pause and ask yourself, where is my snowball rolling? What kind of value are you creating every day? What are you building that grows stronger with time instead of melting away as the years go by? Because true wealth isn't about how much you have, but it's about what remains after you're gone. If you want to dive deeper into this philosophy, to understand how Warren Buffett views money, investing, and life as a journey of growing value, I'll leave the link to the book, The Snowball, in the description below. Read it, because somewhere in those pages, you might just find the moment when you start rolling your own snowball.
If you've ever watched Undercover Billionaire, you'll remember the scene where a billionaire is stripped of everything. No money, no fame, no connections, just $100 in his pocket. And within 90 days, they have to build a $1 million business from scratch. No miracles, no luck, just mindset, habits, and the rules they live by. That's when you realize the rich don't just know how to make money, they understand the game behind it. While most of us were taught to work hard, save diligently, and wait for money to come, they follow a completely different set of rules. Rules that aren't written in any textbook, but are quietly passed around in the world of the truly wealthy. And that's exactly what Richard Templar reveals in The Rules of Wealth. Principles so simple, you might overlook them, but if you truly understand and live by them, they can transform the entire course of your finances and your life. Because wealth doesn't start in your wallet, it starts in your mind. Part 1. The Wealth Mindset. How the Rich Think. When Richard Templar says wealth begins in the mind, he's not talking about empty positive thinking. He's referring to an operating system, a mindset where every decision and reaction you have about money reflects your deepest beliefs about yourself. Think of Glenn Stearns in Undercover Billionaire. When he was dropped into a strange town with only $100, he didn't panic, complain, or think, "I don't have enough." He asked himself, "What do I have, and how can I create value from it?" That single question defines the line between a scarcity mindset and an abundance mindset. The poor see limitations, the rich see opportunities. And the difference lies in this: the rich believe they deserve to be wealthy. Richard Templar writes, wealthy people don't wait for permission to be rich. They don't wait for the economy to improve or for a boss to give them a raise. They start acting as if they're already wealthy, in the way they think, decide, and interact with the world. People with a wealth mindset don't ask, "What can I do to survive?" They ask, "What can I do to grow?" They see money as energy, something that flows, not something to cling to. And because of that, they dare to invest, to learn, to fail, while most people only try to stay safe. One of the first rules of the wealthy is, you can't grow wealth in a mindset of fear. Because when you're afraid, you stop creating. When you're afraid, you focus on keeping instead of making. And when you're afraid, you shut the door on every opportunity knocking outside. The wealth mindset doesn't start with, "How can I make more money?" It starts with, "How can I become the kind of person who deserves money?" When you change the way you see yourself, money starts to change the way it sees you.
Part 2. The Rule of Responsibility. Money is a reflection of you. Richard Templar writes, "If you can't manage a little, you won't manage a lot. If you can't take responsibility for $100, you won't be able to handle $1 million." Think about lottery winners in America. According to the National Endowment for Financial Education, around 70% of them go bankrupt within 5 years. They didn't lack money, they lacked self-management. When wealth arrived, they didn't have the internal structure to hold it. Money simply magnified their lack of discipline, fear, and greed, the traits they'd always carried. Now, look at someone like Sarah Blakely, founder of Spanx. She started with just $5,000 in savings and turned it into a billion-dollar empire without any outside investors. Why? Because she understood a simple truth. Every dollar you have is the result of a decision you once made. She didn't blame luck, the market, or someone else being luckier. She took 100% responsibility for every outcome, good or bad. Richard Templar calls this the rule of responsibility. No one is coming to save you. No one is going to do it for you. Not the government, not your boss, not some million-dollar idea. It's just you and the rules you live by. When you blame others, you give away your financial power. But when you take responsibility, you take back control of your destiny. You want to earn more? Ask yourself, is the value I'm creating worth that amount? You want to invest better? Ask, have I learned enough to truly understand what I'm doing? You want financial freedom? Ask, am I living like someone who deserves that freedom? Money has no personality, but it perfectly reflects yours. If you're careless, money will leave you. If you're disciplined, it will find you. If you're fearful, it will hide from you. If you're confident, money will want to work with you. Richard Templar writes, money flows to those who treat it with respect. Money flows to people who respect it, not by worshiping it, but by using it purposefully and responsibly. So the second rule of the wealthy isn't make more. It's become the kind of person who can manage what you already have. Because once you prove you can handle $1, the universe will trust you with 10, then 100, then 1,000. But if you can't, no matter how much you earn, money will always find its way out of your hands, as if it never truly belonged to you. Part 3. The rule of value. Make others rich, and you'll get rich too. There's a rule few people understand, but every truly wealthy person lives by it. If you want to become rich, help as many other people become rich first. It sounds contradictory, doesn't it? We've been taught that to make money, someone has to pay us. But Richard Templar says that's how poor people think. The rich don't make money, they create value. And money is simply the natural result of that value. Take Jeff Bezos, for example. He didn't start Amazon with the goal of becoming a billionaire. He started with a single question: how can I make shopping easier for millions of people? When you help others save time, money, or energy, you're creating value, and the world rewards you with money in return. That's why people like Warren Buffett often say the best way to become rich is to make others rich. Not in a charitable sense, but by sharing real value, knowledge, opportunities, products, or experiences that make other people's lives better. Templar writes, rich people think, how can I serve? Poor people think, how can I earn? The difference lies in where the thought begins. Poor people start with, what do I need? Rich people start with, what do others need? If you look closely at successful people in America today, from Elon Musk to Oprah Winfrey, from small startup founders in Austin to personal finance YouTubers, they all do the same thing. They solve real problems for real people. And here's the fascinating part. The more people you help, the faster money flows to you. Not because the universe is rewarding you, but because you've become an irreplaceable link in someone else's value chain. Here's a simple example. A coffee shop owner in Seattle decides to make his customers feel more at home by remembering their names, creating a warm atmosphere. He's not just selling coffee, he's selling a sense of belonging. And what happens? The shop grows, expands, creates jobs for others. Value spreads, and wealth follows. That's the rule Templar emphasizes. Money follows value, always. If you want more money, don't chase money, increase the value you create. The right question isn't, how can I make an extra $1,000? It's, how can I create $1,000 worth of value for someone else? Because when you make others richer in experience, in knowledge, in opportunity, you simply can't stay poor. And that's one of the unbreakable laws of wealth. Money doesn't flow to those who demand. It flows to those who contribute. Part 4. The rule of simplicity. Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. The rich aren't just different from the poor in how much money they have. They're different in how they see complexity. While most people try to do more, invest more, and follow more sources, the wealthy focus on simplifying everything. Richard Templar writes, complexity is the trap of those who don't yet understand what they're doing. The rich, on the other hand, know that simplicity is power. Warren Buffett is the perfect example. For decades, he's only invested in what he truly understands. Businesses with clear models, products people genuinely need, and steady cash flow. While others chase every new investment trend, from dot-coms to crypto to AI, Buffett stays true to one principle: keep it simple. He once said, "You don't have to be smarter than the rest, you have to be more disciplined than the rest." But if you listen closely, that quote carries a deeper message. Discipline isn't about doing more, it's about knowing what's enough. Think of Steve Jobs. When he returned to Apple, the company was drowning in over 350 different products. The first thing he did wasn't to create more, it was to cut almost all of them. He told his team, "Focus on a few great products and make them extraordinary." The result? iMac, iPod, iPhone, and an empire built on elegant simplicity that anyone could understand and everyone could love. Templar explains that poor people often complicate things because they fear losing control. They invest in 10 things to stay safe. They start 5 projects so they don't miss out. But the rich know that focus is the highest form of intelligence. They choose less, but choose right. They say no more often because they understand the value of a single, meaningful yes. In personal finance, simplicity is one of the most powerful tools you have. Instead of tracking 12 investment apps, pick one platform you truly understand. Instead of chasing every income stream, build one system that can scale. And instead of trying to control everything, focus on what you can truly influence. The wealthy don't try to prove they're smart. They aim to be clear. Clear about their values, their time, and their goals. And that clarity makes every decision lighter, sharper, and more profitable. Templar calls this the refining principle of wealth, because when you simplify, you're not just saving time, you're creating space for what truly matters: ideas, energy, and creativity. And if you look closely, you'll see a pattern. The wealthiest people, in money, wisdom, or peace, are always the simplest ones. Wealth doesn't come from doing more, but from knowing what's worth doing and having the courage to let go of the rest. Part 5. The Rule of Growth. Invest in yourself first. Richard Templar once wrote, "You can't expect your money to grow if you stay the same." And that's the golden rule every truly wealthy person lives by. They invest in themselves before they invest in anything else. If you look closely, you'll notice a strange similarity among the world's most successful people, from Warren Buffett to Oprah Winfrey to Elon Musk. They all devote time and money to improving themselves, even when it doesn't bring an immediate profit. Buffett once told a group of students, "The best investment you can make is in yourself. No one can tax it, take it away, or steal its value." That statement may sound simple, but it's the foundation of financial freedom. Because lasting wealth never begins in the market. It begins in your mindset, skills, and ability to create value. Think back to a time when you spent a few $100s on a course, a book, or a training program. Maybe you hesitated, thinking, "Is it really worth it?" But if that course deepened your understanding of money, or that book opened a new path for your future, you didn't just learn something, you became someone else. That's the power of internal investment, the kind no financial chart can measure. In the world of the poor, money is used for consumption. In the world of the rich, money is used for amplification. One person spends $30,000 on a car to look successful. Another uses $30,000 to learn asset management, brand building, or sales mastery. 10 years later, only one of them truly is successful. Templar puts it perfectly. Money flows to those who can grow faster than money itself. In other words, if you increase your personal value by just 10% each year, you'll never have to worry about inflation, recession, or market crashes, because your ability to create new value will always outpace the circumstances around you. Look at Oprah Winfrey, one of the most powerful examples. She didn't start rich, but she kept reinvesting in herself, learning storytelling, developing emotional intelligence, building her brand, and mastering human understanding. She didn't buy homes to show off. She built a media empire from authentic influence. It all began with investment in the person within. And if you look back at your own life, you'll probably realize your biggest turning points didn't come from getting a raise. They came from learning something new, daring to try a new skill, or changing how you think. Because true growth isn't about increasing your bank balance. It's about expanding your ability to create value every single day. As Templar says, the poor ask, "How much will I get paid?" The rich ask, "What will I learn from this?" That's why the rich never stop learning. They don't see education as a phase, they see it as a lifestyle. Investing in yourself isn't always easy. It takes time, discipline, and the belief that you are your greatest asset. But once you truly believe that, every other investment will naturally start to pay off. Because in the game of wealth, the most valuable asset isn't in your wallet, it's in your wisdom.
Part 6. The rule of the long game. Wealth doesn't come overnight. If there's one rule every wealthy person lives by, it's this. Wealth is the result of time, not luck. Richard Templar once said, "Poor people want to win the lottery. Rich people want to build a snowball." It sounds simple, but it's a profound philosophy of life and investing. Wealth is never the result of a single lucky jump. It's the outcome of slow, consistent, and strategic accumulation over time. Look around. America has seen millions of people get rich overnight from meme stocks, crypto booms, or some viral investment trend. And yet, just a few years later, most of them disappeared from the game. Why? Because they didn't build wealth. They only chased the adrenaline of fast money. But the truly rich, they understand that the long game is where the real rewards are found. Richard Buffett is the living proof of that philosophy. When asked about the secret to becoming a billionaire, Buffett smiled and said, "I just sat there and let the snowball roll for 80 years. He never tried to get rich quick. He trusted the process of compounding, slow, steady, and unstoppable growth. When asked why others don't do the same, Buffett replied, "Because no one wants to get rich slowly." And that's exactly why most people stay on the wrong track. If you've ever felt discouraged because everyone else seems to move faster, remember this. True wealth isn't measured by speed, it's measured by endurance. Templar compared wealth building to growing an oak tree. You can't force it to grow faster than nature allows. You can only nurture the soil, water it, and have faith that the roots are growing, even when you can't see them yet. Take Jeff Bezos, for example. When Amazon first started, it didn't make a profit for the first 6 years. Investors laughed, the media criticized him. But Bezos knew he wasn't just building a store. He was building a global infrastructure for commerce. He was playing the long game. 2 decades later, Amazon doesn't just sell products. It redefined how the world buys, ships, stores data, and operates in the digital economy. All of that began with patience. Richard Templar wrote, "Rich people don't look for shortcuts. They build their own roads, and they're willing to walk them all the way." So if you're working, investing, or building something, stop judging yourself by short-term results. Instead, ask, am I building something that will still matter 10 years from now? In today's world, optimized for speed and instant gratification, having a long-term mindset is a massive competitive advantage. Because while everyone else is constantly pivoting, the long-term player
is quietly compounding in wealth, in relationships, in reputation. A truly wealthy person understands not making more money today doesn't mean failure, as long as you're building something that's growing in value every day. Wealth isn't a big break. It's a series of right choices repeated consistently over and over again. Wealth doesn't come overnight, but if you stay consistent long enough, one morning you'll wake up and realize you've gone further than you ever imagined. Because in the world of the wealthy, patience isn't the virtue, it's a strategy. Part 7. The rule of giving. When giving becomes a wealth strategy. If you ask any self-made millionaire what made you truly wealthy, they won't talk about stocks, real estate, or startups. They'll talk about how they treat people. Richard Templar called this the rule of giving, a principle that sounds almost upside down in the financial world, yet it's the cornerstone of all sustainable wealth. Truly wealthy people don't count their money. They count the number of people they've helped. Think about it. When you watch shows like Undercover Billionaire, these millionaires are dropped into a strange town with no money, no network, no reputation. And yet, within 90 days, they build businesses worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. How do they do it? Not through sales tactics, not through genius ideas, but because they give first. They listen to the locals, learn what the community truly needs, and help others solve problems before asking for anything in return. Templar wrote, "Truly wealthy people don't count their money. They count the number of people they've helped." Think about it. When you create value, you stop being a salesperson and become someone others trust. And in business, trust is the strongest currency there is. Take Howard Schultz, the founder of Starbucks. When he set out to build a global coffee brand, he didn't start with the question, "How can I sell more coffee?" Instead, he asked, "How can I create a place where people feel they belong, somewhere between home and work?" He gave people experience, comfort, and connection. The result? A $5 cup of coffee became a symbol of community and belonging. No one buys Starbucks coffee. They buy the feeling Schultz gave them. Richard Templar once wrote, "Rich people never give out of pure kindness. They give because they understand giving is the smartest wealth strategy there is." That doesn't mean generosity should be calculated. It means understanding the ripple effect of value creation. When you help someone achieve their goals, you're planting a seed that will grow in ways you could never predict. Billionaire Zig Ziglar famously said, "You can have everything in life you want if you will just help enough people get what they want." That's the rule of giving in its deepest form. And perhaps the most beautiful thing about this rule is that those who live by it aren't just rich in money, they're rich in meaning. They don't wait to retire early to live better. They're already living well, every day, because each morning they wake up knowing they're creating real value. If you look closely, every enduringly wealthy person, from Buffett and Gates to Oprah Winfrey, shares this common trait. They give more than anyone else. Buffett pledged to donate over 99% of his fortune. Gates spends most of his post-Microsoft years fighting disease and poverty. Oprah builds schools, funds scholarships, and transforms lives across the world. And the paradox? The more they give, the richer they become. Not just in assets, but in legacy. Not just in bank accounts, but in hearts. Templar summed it up perfectly. When you give without keeping score, the universe keeps score for you. Because true wealth isn't about how much you have, it's about how many lives are better because you existed. Giving isn't losing, it's the smartest way to invest in the future. Because when you help others become wealthy, the world will find a way to make you wealthy alongside them.
Part 8. The ultimate rule. Wealth is a state of mind. In the end, Richard Templar leaves us with the greatest rule of all. A rule that, once you truly understand it, you'll never be afraid of being poor again. Wealth is a state of mind. There's a story about a man living in a poor neighborhood in Chicago. Every morning, he would wake up, brew a cheap cup of coffee, and start jotting down business ideas on old scraps of paper. His friends laughed at him. His family told him, "You should get a stable job." But he didn't care. He knew something others didn't. He was already rich in his mindset, in his vision, and in the way he saw himself. A few years later, that man's name became legendary. Damon John, the founder of the fashion brand FUBU, who turned $40 into a multi-million-dollar empire. Richard Templar once said, "Wealth is never just about money. It's about who you become on the way to earning it." That's why some people can lose everything and rebuild again, while others win the lottery and end up right back where they started. Because money doesn't define who's rich, mindset does. When you start thinking like the wealthy, everything you do begins to change. The poor ask, "How can I survive?" The rich ask, "How can I grow?" The poor fear losing money. The rich fear missing opportunities. The poor focus on price. The rich focus on value. Templar never taught people to pretend to be rich. He taught them to think like those who truly are. That happens when you start believing you deserve success. Stop comparing yourself to others. Quit blaming your circumstances. Keep learning, even after you've made it. True wealth is waking up in peace, feeling grateful for what you have, and knowing your future is in your hands. Not because you know what will happen, but because you know who you are, and you trust your ability to create value from within. That's why Templar wrote, "Rich people don't chase money. They attract it by becoming valuable." In the end, wealth isn't a destination. It's a state of being, a way of walking through life. If you're learning, growing, helping others, and living in alignment with your values, then you're already wealthy. The world just hasn't caught up yet. And that is the core message of The Rules of Wealth, a book not just about money, but a guide to rebuilding your entire mindset around success and life's true values. If you genuinely want to understand how wealthy people think, decide, and design their lives, you need to read this book. I've left the link for you right below in the description. Because, as Richard Templar said, when you change the way you think about wealth will start finding its way to you. Most of us know the names Warren Buffett, Charlie Munger, Howard Marks, Mohnish Pabrai. But there's one thing almost no one notices. The greatest investors in the world, no matter their nationality, background, or strategy, all share one surprisingly strange common denominator. The richer they become, the simpler they are. The more successful they become, the more humble they grow. The more money they possess, the less money controls them. It's not because they're superhuman. It's because they understand something most people never realize. Real wealth doesn't come from being smarter. It comes from seeing the world differently. When William Green spent more than 2 decades sitting across from these extraordinary investment minds, he found that he wasn't just learning about finance. It felt as if he was seeing life through a completely different pair of eyes. The eyes of people who don't race, yet always finish first. Don't try to win fast, yet always win long term. Don't accumulate possessions, but accumulate wisdom, peace, and freedom. And richer, wiser, happier is the map that leads into that world. If you've ever wondered, what's really going on inside the minds of people who are richer, wiser, and happier than almost everyone else, then keep watching, because we're about to step right into that world. Part 1. Paradoxical thinking, the source of all investment wisdom. There's an interesting insight William Green discovered after hundreds of hours talking with the greatest investors on the planet. They don't think like the rest of the world, not because they're trying to be different. They have to think differently, because if they thought like the crowd, they would have been swept away by the crowd long ago. Green calls this paradoxical thinking, the first foundational trait that separates extraordinary investors from everyone else. The first paradox: when everyone acts, they stay still. Americans are familiar with this scene. Whenever the market plunges, CNBC or Fox Business flashes bright red warnings like the world is ending. Commentators get dramatic, and retail investors rush to dump their 401ks. Meanwhile, elite investors become calmer. Bill Miller once said something that sounds completely insane to most Americans. When the market panics, that's not the time to run. That's the time to think more clearly than ever. That's paradoxical thinking. When the crowd is afraid, they pause. When the crowd panics, they breathe deeper. When the crowd chases trends, they ask, "Why should I follow?" It sounds simple, but in reality, it requires a mind trained to resist every primitive instinct you have. The second paradox: they don't try to be smarter, they try to make fewer mistakes. Most Americans want to win big. Find the next 10x stock, jump into the AI trend, buy crypto the moment Elon Musk tweets. But the investors Green interviewed aren't obsessed with high returns. They're obsessed with avoiding stupidity. Charlie Munger is the perfect example. He spent his entire career building a system to avoid stupidity instead of a system to look smart. In the book, Green explains that this paradoxical mindset is what keeps them alive across decades, while many smart but greedy investors get blown up by one fatal mistake. That's why Warren Buffett's most famous quote is burned into every American investor's memory. Rule number 1, never lose money. Rule number 2, never forget rule number 1. They don't win through explosions of brilliance. They win by avoiding the deep holes everyone else falls into. The third paradox: success comes from simplicity, not complexity. Go into a Best Buy in the US and you'll see hundreds of TVs, iPads, laptops, soundbars. Americans love the idea that more equals better. But in investing, the greatest minds go the opposite direction, toward simplicity. John Templeton, the legendary investor who bought 100 dirt-cheap stocks during World War II, said that what made him successful wasn't extraordinary analysis, but a brutally simple strategy. Green emphasizes this point. Great investors don't try to know everything. They try to understand a few things with absolute clarity. While most Americans are busy flipping stocks on Robinhood or tracking every CEO tweet, elite investors stick to one deeply understood philosophy. Another paradox: know fewer things but think deeper. Act less often, but act more effectively. The final paradox: to become rich, you must learn to let go. Green repeatedly highlights a psychological truth. Humans are wired to want more. More returns, more information, more assets, more action. But great investors let go of many things. They let go of the need to win every argument. They let go of the fantasy of getting rich fast. They let go of the excitement of catching the newest trend. They let go of the FOMO that grips all of America. Howard Marks says, if you want different results, you must be willing to live with the loneliness of independent thinking. It's not a painful kind of loneliness. It's intellectual independence, the foundation of investment wisdom. If you want to be wealthy and wise, like the great investors, you must learn to think against your instincts. You can't beat the market by thinking like Robinhood's marketing team, like Twitter, like CNBC, or like a panicking crowd. You win only by stepping into the world where elite investors live. A world of paradox, where silence beats noise, simplicity beats complexity, and calmness beats chaos.
Part 2. The Power of Simplicity. There's one thing that constantly surprised William Green when he spent time with the world's greatest investors. They don't live in the same complicated universe as the rest of Wall Street. While millions of Americans drown in a whirlpool of news updates, interest rate forecasts, CPI numbers, oil prices, gold prices, and endless quantitative models, the true masters of investing choose to sit down, take a deep breath, and push 90% of that noise aside. The difference is simple. They understand something most people don't. Simplicity doesn't make you weaker, it helps you see more clearly. Green noticed that nearly every investor he interviewed shared a remarkable trait. They deliberately simplify their strategy, their process, and their information flow to the point where it often looks like they're doing too little. But in reality, they're doing something most people aren't patient enough to do. They focus. Imagine standing at a Costco on a weekend. It's loud, crowded, packed with signs, samples, promotions, and your brain is being pulled in 20 different directions. That's the mental state of most retail investors. Always distracted, always chasing the latest update, always believing that knowing more will help them earn more. But people like Jack Bogle, Warren Buffett, and Charlie Munger live by the exact opposite philosophy. The more random things you know, the harder it is to get rich. Understand a few core principles deeply, and that's when you find peace and long-term success. Green emphasizes that simplicity isn't naive or uninformed. It's a form of intellectual discipline, a deliberate choice to keep your vision from being clouded by noise. Charlie Munger famously said that his secret to success was simply to sit on my ass, do nothing stupid, and wait for big opportunities. It sounds like advice for a quiet retirement in Florida, but behind it lies an entire philosophy. Investing isn't a game of complexity, it's a game of patience and clarity. Real-world evidence in the US proves this so clearly, it's almost obvious. Millions of people trade stocks on Robinhood convinced they can win fast, but data shows most of them lose money over long periods. Meanwhile, those who simply hold the S&P 500 for 10, 20, 30 years, the people who act the least, end up with the best results. Why? Because simplicity gives you three things complexity never can: clarity, discipline, and peace of mind. When you're not distracted by dozens of strategies, you can follow one path to the end. When you're not obsessed with daily price movements, you avoid impulsive decisions. When you're not chasing news, analysis, or contradictory opinions, your mind becomes quiet enough to make truly wise choices. Green shares that many of these investors love simplicity so much they don't watch the news, don't check stock prices daily, and don't care whether the market is up or down in the short term. To them, the market isn't a morning headline. It's a wealth machine that works across decades. That is the power of simplicity. It frees you from the illusion of control, from the pressure to act constantly, from the fear of missing out. It helps you live slower, think deeper, and invest smarter. In the world of investing, just like in life, simplicity isn't a weakness. It's the solid foundation on which all true wisdom is built.
Part 3. Mastering your emotions. The skill 99% of people lose. William Green once said, "In investing, you're not fighting the market, you're fighting yourself." It sounds philosophical, but it's actually the most brutally honest truth that most investors, and even everyday people dealing with money, constantly forget. Because when it comes to money, we don't operate on logic, we operate on emotion. And emotion has destroyed more wealth than every financial crisis combined. Green realized this when interviewing legendary investors like Howard Marks, Mohnish Pabrai, and Sir John Templeton.
The best investors don't have superhuman intelligence. They have superhuman emotional control. They don't let fear drag them into panic selling. They don't let greed lure them into bubbles. They don't let impulses break their discipline. Meanwhile, most of us, ordinary Americans dealing with student loans, credit card debt, inflation, and a constantly shifting market, get pulled around by our emotions every single day. We buy because friends brag about profits. We sell because CNBC flashes negative headlines. We invest because we're afraid of missing out. And weeks later, we regret everything. It's not your fault. This is how the human brain is wired: to react fast to threats, chase immediate pleasure, and avoid pain at all costs. But the financial markets run on the opposite logic. Success requires a cold head, firm discipline, and the ability to tolerate short-term pain for long-term rewards. Green gives a simple, everyday example. Imagine driving on Interstate 405 during rush hour in Los Angeles. The lane next to you seems faster, so you switch immediately. Minutes later, your old lane speeds up and you feel tricked. That restless frustration is your brain reacting to uncertainty. And it's the same reaction that pushes you into terrible investment decisions. Emotions make us switch lanes, switch strategies, and break every plan we carefully designed for ourselves. But the great investors in Green's research understand a powerful truth. Winners aren't the best predictors. They're the least affected by emotion. They build systems that minimize emotional interference. Automatic investing, long-term holding, avoiding what they don't understand, and essentially locking themselves away from impulsive decisions. One real example from recent American history tells the whole story. In 2020, during the pandemic, the U.S. stock market collapsed. Millions panicked, sold everything, withdrew their 401ks, and closed their investment accounts. But just a year later, the market surged into one of the strongest bull runs in history. The winners were the ones who did nothing, the ones who controlled their emotions. Not because they were smarter, because they were calmer. Green wants readers to understand that emotional control is not a gift, it's a discipline, a practiced skill. Thinking slowly, observing yourself, recognizing fear, accepting uncertainty, and refusing to let moods dictate your actions. His deepest conclusion is this: the truly wealthy aren't the ones who earn the most. They're the ones who control themselves the best. In a world where everything is designed to provoke your emotions, housing prices, stock charts, social media, the ability to stay grounded is a genuine superpower. And once you begin developing that power, you don't just become a better investor. You become a calmer, wiser, and happier human being.
Part 4. Humility, the pinnacle of financial intelligence. After interviewing dozens of the world's greatest investors, William Green realized a paradoxical but universal truth. The smartest people in finance are also the most humble. Not the polite, superficial kind of humility, but the kind that comes from deeply understanding that the market, life, and the future are all far bigger than the ego of any individual. Green recalls that when he met Charlie Munger for the first time, he didn't see a confident Wall Street legend. Instead, he saw a 90-year-old man who was slow, blunt, somewhat austere, someone who never believed he was certain about anything. Munger once said, "I just want to know where I'm dumb so I can avoid repeating it." Here was a man widely regarded as a symbol of financial wisdom, yet the phrase he repeated most often was, "I may be wrong." This mindset is the complete opposite of how most of us think. We often try to prove we're right, even when our wallet is clearly proving otherwise. Green writes that financial humility begins with accepting 3 uncomfortable truths. You can't predict the future, you can't control the market, and, the painful one, you're not as smart as you think you are. But here's what matters. That acceptance is what opens the door to wisdom. Green gives many examples of how people try to beat the market, chase hot stocks, or believe they have discovered some secret opportunity everyone else missed. And before long, they learn a harsh lesson. The market doesn't reward overconfidence, it punishes it. A 2022 U.S. survey found that more than 70% of retail investors believe they could outperform the S&P 500 by trading on their own. But real data shows most underperform the market simply because they overestimate their ability and underestimate how difficult this game really is. The great investors Green spoke with, from Howard Marks to Jack Bogle, fully understand and accept this brutal reality. That's why they built strategies rooted in humility, diversifying, investing for the long term, avoiding excessive intervention, buying only what they understand, and always planning for mistakes. Humility also gives people a priceless advantage that the overconfident never receive. It makes you learn faster. When you admit you don't know everything, you start observing more, asking better questions, and avoiding the traps of arrogance, the very thing Green calls the investor's poison. But humility isn't just a financial strategy, it's a way of living. A humble person knows that wealth says nothing about their intrinsic worth. A humble person understands that every success involves an element of luck. A humble person doesn't let ego drive decisions that determine their future. And above all, a humble person always keeps the door open to learning. Green writes that on the journey toward wiser wealth, most people fail not because they lack information, but because they refuse to acknowledge their own limits. Meanwhile, the real winners almost always share one trait. They willingly underestimate themselves in the short term so they can become better in the long term. Once you understand this, you begin to approach money with a lighter, clearer mind. You're no longer driven by the ego's desire to be right now, but by the commitment to be right for a long time. And that is the essence of richer, wiser, happier. To become truly wealthy, you must learn to bow to reality, not surrender to your own emotions.
Part 5. Long-term thinking, the weapon the crowd will never possess. In his journey to understand the minds of the world's greatest investors, William Green uncovered a simple yet powerful truth. Every investing genius sees farther than the rest of humanity. Green writes that if Buffett, Munger, Marx, Templeton, and Pabrai share one superpower, it isn't the ability to predict the market. It's the ability to ignore noise, endure loneliness, and stick with the right decision for an extraordinarily long time. Long-term thinking sounds obvious, but it's something most modern people simply cannot do. In America today, everything is engineered for instant results. News updates by the minute. Trading apps ping price alerts every second. Social media turns every tiny fluctuation into a breaking story. In an environment like this, Green argues that long-term thinking isn't just difficult, it's deeply countercultural. You must be willing to look stupid in the eyes of others for years before eventually becoming the only winner that matters. He shares the story of Nick Sleep, a low-profile investor with returns so extraordinary that many professionals refuse to believe them. Sleep followed a radically simple belief: invest only in exceptional businesses and hold them for as long as possible. He invested in Amazon when Jeff Bezos was still mocked on Wall Street, during years when the stock fell by 50 to 90% multiple times. And Sleep simply sat there and waited. Not for 2 weeks, not for 2 months, but for 2 decades. When asked how he endured such insane market periods, Sleep gave a response that Green never forgot. Good things come to those who are willing to wait while everyone else fights with time.
This, Green says, is the essence of long-term thinking. Average people are pulled around by present emotions. Exceptional investors live in the future they are building toward. Buffett famously said that the market is a machine that transfers money from the impatient to the patient. But Green pushes the idea even further. Patience isn't just a financial strategy, it's a form of intelligence. Because to be patient, you must deeply understand the nature of value. To be patient, you must train yourself to overcome fear and restlessness. And to be patient, you must have the courage to live differently from the crowd. Green says long-term thinking is like planting a tree. Year 1, nothing happens. Year 3, still barely noticeable. Year 10, its shade covers an entire garden. But most people today, especially in America, don't have the patience to plant a tree. They want to buy a fully grown one, put it in the ground, and have shade tomorrow. And that, Green argues, is exactly why 95% of investors lose money or underperform the market. Long-term thinking is the passport that takes you out of the chaotic world of the crowd where everyone chases everyone else, and into the quiet realm of the true winners. It's a weapon the crowd will never possess, not because it's complicated, but because it goes against the very nature of human impatience. And if you truly understand, live by, and invest with this mindset, you won't just become wealthier, you'll become calmer, wiser, and far freer than anyone trying to get rich fast.
Part 6. Optimizing life. Wealth isn't about having more, but needing less. William Green says one of the biggest turning points in his understanding came when he realized this. The wealthiest and happiest people he had ever met weren't chasing more. They were optimizing their lives to need less. This isn't minimalism in the throw away your stuff sense. It goes much deeper than that. It's the process of freeing yourself from desires that drain your energy, distract your mind, and quietly make you poorer. When Green interviewed John Templeton, one of the greatest investors of the 20th century, he discovered that Templeton lived by an unbreakable rule. If something doesn't bring more value than the amount of mental energy and time it consumes, I eliminate it. Templeton cut spending not to save money, but to save mental bandwidth. He understood that every new purchase becomes a new concern. Every new responsibility takes away a piece of your freedom. Charlie Munger put it even more bluntly. A good life is a life with very few stupid things in it. Fewer arguments, less debt, less need to show off, fewer toxic relationships, fewer things that make you wake up feeling heavy. That's why Green calls the mindset of optimizing to need little a quiet key to lasting wealth. Wealth isn't about what you buy. It's about what you no longer crave. When you reduce the number of things you want, you increase the number of things you have. Because real wealth isn't measured by how many dollars are in your bank account, but by how many desires no longer control you. The poor, according to Green, aren't the people with little money, but the people with too many wants. They're always running to catch up, running to fill emotional gaps with new purchases, running to prove something to someone. Meanwhile, the great investors Green met radiate a rare calm. They're not loud, not flashy, not competing with anyone. They optimize their lives the way they optimize a portfolio. Eliminate the non-essential, keep the core, focus on what truly matters. And here's the greatest paradox. The less you need, the more you actually have. You gain more time to think deeply, more calm when the markets swing, more freedom to say no to things that don't fit your life, more clarity to make the right decisions. That's why Warren Buffett lives like an ordinary man. An old house, a modest car,
a life free of unnecessary complexity. It's not that he couldn't buy more. It's that he understands. When your needs are low, your risk of making bad decisions is low, and your freedom is at its highest. Happiness is a subtraction problem, not an addition one. Green wrote a line that made many readers stop and think. The fastest way to become rich is to reduce the number of things that make you feel deprived. The simpler you make your life, the faster you move toward financial success. Spend less, worry less, reduce pressure to win fast, make fewer impulsive decisions, and eventually you give your money the time it needs to grow. Most Americans fall into the opposite trap. Earn 10, spend 12. Earn 20, spend 25. And then work themselves to exhaustion to maintain things they never truly needed. But the people Green learned from understand something deeper. Real wealth doesn't come from chasing more. It comes from optimizing your life so you become freer every single day. Not rich because you have a lot, but because you need so little.
Part 7. Building freedom. Money is a tool for buying back time. William Green once shared that after spending hundreds of hours talking to the world's most remarkable investors, he discovered one trait that set them apart from the rest of humanity. They don't invest to become rich. They invest to buy back time. It's a quiet kind of freedom, but powerful enough to shape an entire life. When Green asked Howard Marks, the legendary asset manager, why he pursued investing for decades, Marks didn't mention money, luxury cars, or influence. He spoke of a single gift this career had given him. I have the ability to control most of how I use my time. And Green realized, when you use money to expand your freedom of choice, money becomes a good tool. When you use your time to chase money, money becomes the most subtle prison. Time, the only asset that can't be replenished. One American investor once confessed to Green that he had chased an enormous income, only to realize he had been trading away the hours of his life for meetings he couldn't even remember. He said, "It took me 10 years to get rich, and then another 5 years to get poor enough to have time to live." That is the tragedy of countless people, including the American middle class. The more they earn, the more time they sell. The more they can buy, the less freedom they have. Meanwhile, the investors Green studied lived completely differently. They earn money so they have the right not to do what they don't want to do, to spend weekends with their families, to read for hours without work pressure, to turn off their phones whenever they want to decline opportunities that don't feel right. That is the kind of wealth ordinary people rarely understand. Freedom doesn't come from how much money you have, but from how you structure your life. Green realized that financial freedom isn't, "I have $1 million." It's the ratio between the money you need to live and the time you must trade to earn it. If your cost of living is low, you need less income, you get more time, you gain more freedom. If your cost of living is high, you must work more, you drain your time, you get trapped. This is why so many great investors live very simply. Not because they are extreme savers, but because they understand that freedom comes from lightness, not from overcomplication. They optimize their finances the same way they optimize their time. Reduce waste, increase control, create space for deep thinking. Money doesn't create happiness, but it creates the space where happiness can grow. Green describes the feeling of stepping into the homes of some billionaire investors he interviewed. Not extravagant, but quiet. A simple workspace, a relaxed schedule, a day with plenty of white space, time used intentionally. They aren't busy, they clear the path for their minds to work. They understand that happiness isn't something you buy with money, but money can create the conditions that make happiness possible. Time to take care of yourself, time to think, time to be with the people you love, time to stop racing everyone else. If freedom is the destination, then time is the real currency.
William Green says, "The poorest person is the one who has plenty of money but doesn't own a single hour of their own life." You can buy a luxury car, a big house, an expensive watch, but you cannot buy back lost time, not even for a second. That's why the wisest investors don't ask, "What's the return?" They ask, "How much time will this cost me? How much mental space? How much freedom?" And that question, more than anything else, is what allowed them to become richer, but more importantly, freer.
Part 8. Becoming a better person through investing. Through years of research and conversations with the world's best investors, William Green discovered something most people overlook. Investing isn't just a journey to generate returns. It's a journey that shapes character. And the most surprising part, the longer you invest, the clearer you see yourself. Investing is a mirror into human nature. When stock prices drop, what you face isn't the market, it's your fear. When opportunities arise, what you need to control isn't your portfolio, it's your greed. When someone else succeeds, what you have to overcome isn't them, it's your own insecurity or envy. The market doesn't care who you are, but the market shows you who you really are. This is why the best investors often understand themselves the most. Patience, the virtue modern life has stolen. The investors Green interviewed all shared one trait. Their patience is almost outdated. Charlie Munger reads for hours every day. Nick Sleep is willing to hold an investment untouched for 10 to 15 years. Monish Pabrai pursues no-brainer bets and then waits. They wait as if time itself is their only ally. In a fast-paced world, deadlines, notifications, ads, emails. Patience isn't just a skill, it's a moral quality. Patience teaches you to respect the process, temper impulsiveness, and see one step further than everyone else. Humility, essential for long-lasting investors. Green said it best, "The arrogant investor wins fast but loses everything." The best investors he met were remarkably humble. They acknowledge they cannot predict the market. They know they can be wrong. They don't brag. They don't try to impress. And that humility allows them to survive long enough to become truly wealthy. But humility does more than help you invest wisely. It makes you a better person, less judgmental, less aggressive, more understanding that everyone has limits. Discipline, the foundation of all real-life success. Investing teaches discipline in a way no self-help book can. You learn to make a plan and stick to it. You learn to resist impulsive spending. You learn to say no to things that don't add long-term value. According to Green, these habits spill over into every part of life, from how you eat to how you work, to how you choose the people you spend time with. Skilled investors often have stable lives, and people with stable lives often invest wisely. Investing teaches gratitude. Wise investors understand they aren't rich because they're smarter. They're lucky. Lucky to be born at the right time. Lucky to have access to information, lucky to live in a society that creates opportunities. This gratitude allows them to live more lightly, less resentment, less pointless competition, less material show-off. And gratitude helps them make calmer decisions, because a grateful person panics the least. Investing doesn't just make you richer, it makes you deeper. William Green concludes, "If you take the right path, investing transforms you into a better version of yourself. You become calmer when life gets turbulent. You become more ethical when money tempts people to stray. You become wiser, understanding that nothing lasts forever. You know what you need, you know what you want, and you know how to use money to serve those things, rather than letting money lead you. And in the end, you realize, investing is the art of building wealth outside, but more importantly, it's the art of building depth within." Finally, Richer, Wiser, Happier is a book that helps you rise above yourself. It shows that true wealth doesn't come from speed or luck. It comes from becoming a wiser, calmer, and freer version of yourself every single day.
Do you ever feel like you're stuck in an endless loop? Every morning you drive to the office, trapped in traffic, then spend 8 hours at work just to pay bills and credit card debt at the end of the month. People keep telling you, just save, invest 10% into your retirement account, and in 40 years, you'll finally be free. But think about it. Are you sure you'll even have the health to enjoy that dream when you're 65? Or will you end up like millions of other Americans, working hard your whole life, yet never truly free? That's the harsh reality M.J. DeMarco exposes in his book, The Millionaire Fastlane. He argues that all the so-called safe advice we grew up believing is really just a trap that wastes our best years. And if you want to become wealthy while you're still young, if you want to live life on your own terms, you have to step off that slow path and onto something faster, smarter, the fast lane. In this audiobook summary, I'll walk you through the breakthrough ideas from the book, showing why 90% of Americans are heading down the wrong financial road and how you can take control and rewrite your own future. If you're ready to break free from that endless cycle, then this video is exactly for you. Don't forget to hit like to support this content and subscribe so you won't miss other book summaries, books that can change your mindset, your career, and even your financial life. Part 1. The Illusion of the Slow Lane. In The Millionaire Fastlane, M.J. DeMarco explains that the path most Americans are on is what he calls the slow lane, the slow, steady road that society paints as safe and secure. It's the lifestyle we were taught since childhood. Study hard, get a college degree, land a stable job, save 10% of your income, invest in a 401k or IRA, and patiently wait until you're 65 to finally enjoy life. Sounds reasonable, right? But DeMarco reveals a harsh truth. It's an illusion. Think about it. You spend 40 years of your youth, the very best years of your life, waiting for a distant day that may never come. How many Americans do you know who retire with $1 million in the bank but are burdened with diabetes, heart disease, or simply too exhausted to travel, to explore, to really live? That's not freedom, that's a trap. A trade-off where you exchange your youth for a vague promise of a future you may never get to enjoy. DeMarco calls the slow lane the millionaire wealth lottery ticket. You work, you save, you hope the stock market always goes up, and you pray the economy doesn't crash right before you retire. But that's all it is, hope. And when your financial future depends on chance, you're not really in control. Look around America and you'll see the slow lane everywhere. A 50-year-old man still grinding away to pay off his mortgage, a 60-year-old woman hoping she has enough money to survive just a few years after retirement, or a 30-year-old saving every penny for some faraway future. They're all comforted by the same message: just keep going, someday it'll all work out. But the truth is, there's no guarantee it ever will. The powerful message here is this: if you stick to the slow road, you're not really living your life, you're postponing it, waiting for a miracle that may never happen. The Millionaire Fastlane warns us that the slow lane doesn't lead to financial freedom, it simply makes you sacrifice your entire life for a reward that often comes too late. Part 2. The Sidewalk. Fake freedom, real debt. If the slow lane is the slow but safe path, then the sidewalk is another trap, one that's even more dangerous. This is the life where you spend every dollar you earn without a second thought for tomorrow. Sidewalkers live by the motto, you only live once, so why worry about the future? They buy cars they can't really afford, swipe their credit cards for luxury vacations, chase designer clothes and the newest iPhone, anything to fill the emptiness they feel right now. And the result? Mountains of debt, empty bank accounts, and the crushing weight of financial stress. DeMarco calls the sidewalk the road to financial instability. A person on the sidewalk can actually make a lot of money. Maybe they're a doctor, a lawyer, or an engineer pulling in a six-figure salary, but if their spending always outpaces their income, if they don't own assets that generate real wealth, then one single event, like losing a job, going through a divorce, or getting hit with a massive medical bill, can send them spiraling into crisis. The sidewalk isn't freedom. It's fake freedom, like standing on a thin sheet of ice that looks solid but cracks the moment pressure hits. Look around America and you'll see the sidewalk everywhere. A young couple in New York making $150,000 a year, but still living paycheck to paycheck because they're juggling a mortgage, student loans, and a lifestyle of luxury just to keep up with their friends. Or people buying the newest Tesla while not even having $5,000 saved for an emergency. American consumer culture feeds this behavior with flashy ads, easy credit, and relentless status competition. But behind the shiny facade lies a life filled with stress, sleepless nights, and constant anxiety. The lesson DeMarco drives home is clear. The sidewalk is not the path for anyone who wants true wealth and freedom. It might give you short-term excitement, but in the end, it leaves deep financial scars. If you keep living this way, you're not just standing still, you're actually moving backwards. And with every step, you're sinking deeper into debt and losing your chance to truly take control of your life.
Part 3. The fast lane, a mindset to steer your life. While the slow lane makes you wait 40 years to enjoy the fruits of your labor, and the sidewalk traps you in a cycle of debt, the fast lane is something entirely different. It's not a get-rich-quick scheme like winning the lottery or joining a pyramid scam. Instead, it's a way of thinking and acting that allows you to create massive value in a shorter time frame through the power of business, systems, and leverage. DeMarco makes it clear, to step into the fast lane, you must shift your perspective. Slow lane thinkers trade their time for money, while fast laners use their time to build assets that generate ongoing income, even when they're not working. Instead of asking, how can I get a better job, they ask, how can I solve a problem for millions of people? That shift in mindset makes all the difference. The core principle is simple. The more value you create for others, the more money flows back to you as a natural reward. Take a familiar American example, Jeff Bezos. When he was working on Wall Street, he could have stayed in the slow lane, saving diligently, investing for the long term, and waiting for retirement. But instead, he chose the fast lane by founding Amazon, solving the problem of convenient shopping for hundreds of millions of people. The result? In just a few decades, Bezos became one of the wealthiest individuals on Earth, not because he worked harder than everyone else, but because he built a scalable system that ran 24/7 even while he slept. But the fast lane isn't just for tech billionaires. Ordinary people can apply it too if they know how to create and scale value. A US teacher, for example, might design an online SAT prep course. Instead of helping only 30 students in a classroom, that course could reach tens of thousands of students nationwide. A chef could start a YouTube channel sharing recipes and within a few years turn it into a brand, publishing cookbooks, selling kitchen products, and building a loyal audience. The more people you serve, the faster the doors to financial freedom open. The core of the fast lane is this: wealth doesn't come from pinching pennies. It comes from creating assets and systems that can generate large cash flows in a shorter period of time. It doesn't promise overnight riches, but it does give you the chance to reach financial freedom in 5, 10, or 15 years rather than waiting until the end of your life. DeMarco's message is crystal clear. If you truly want to steer your life in a new direction, stop thinking like an employee who saves until death and start thinking like a creator who brings value to society. The fast lane is the choice for those who want to live freely, not just exist inside a gilded cage.
Part 4. The 5 Commandments of the Fast Lane, a framework for building wealth. MJ DeMarco doesn't just say, get on the fast lane. He gives us a clear framework called the 5 Commandments of Wealth, 5 principles that guide you toward financial freedom. Ignore them, and your fast lane journey could collapse before it even starts. The first commandment is control. You can't build lasting wealth if your future depends entirely on someone else. For example, if you sell products on Amazon, but your entire business relies on Amazon's policies, a single rule change could wipe out your income overnight. That's why DeMarco stresses, in the fast lane, you must keep your hands on the wheel. You own the system, and you control the value you create. The second commandment is entry. If an opportunity is so easy that anyone can jump in, the profits will be small. Take coffee shops in America. It's so simple to open one that you see them on every street corner. But competition is brutal. Margins are thin, and owners often end up working 12-hour days just to survive. The fast lane requires choosing a tougher entry point, one that fewer people can access. That difficulty becomes the barrier that protects your wealth. The third commandment is need. This is the heart of it all.
If your product or service doesn't solve a real pain point or fulfill an actual need, it won't last. Americans often say, follow your passion, but DeMarco pushes back. Passion is just seasoning. True value comes from meeting the market's needs. If you invent an app that helps US students pay off student loans faster, that's the Fastlane, because you've tapped into a deep, genuine problem. The fourth commandment is scale. You can't live the Fastlane life by serving only a handful of customers. You need a system that reaches thousands, even millions. Think about Uber. In just a few years, it didn't just make calling a taxi easier for a few people, it expanded worldwide, serving hundreds of millions of rides. The bigger your scale, the greater your impact, and money flows in naturally. And finally, the fifth commandment is time. Fastlaners don't trade time for money. They build systems that generate income even while they sleep. This could be a company, a website, an app, or a digital product. Instead of working 40 hours a week for a paycheck, they spend 40 hours building a machine that keeps running and paying long into the future. When you step back, all 5 commandments revolve around one truth. The more value you deliver to more people through a system you control, the faster financial freedom arrives. While many Americans remain stuck paying off credit cards, waiting for the next paycheck, or hoping for an early retirement, the Fastlane shows there's another way, the way of creators. And these 5 commandments are the compass to keep you from losing your direction on that journey. Part 5. The mistakes in pursuing wealth, why most people fail. MJ DeMarco is blunt. The reason most people never achieve financial freedom isn't because they're dumb or lazy. It's because they've been on the wrong path from the very start. Americans are often taught that if you study hard, get a degree, land a stable job, save 10% of your income, and invest for the long term, you'll eventually get rich. Sounds logical, right? But that's the slow lane trap. The problem is, life doesn't wait for you. Accidents, illness, job loss, or inflation can strike at any time, and suddenly, that retirement dream 40 years down the road vanishes into thin air. Another huge mistake is chasing lottery tickets to wealth, from buying actual lottery tickets to falling for magical get-rich-quick opportunities. DeMarco calls this the lottery ticket mentality. It drives people to gamble, throw money into trending crypto coins, or jump into Ponzi schemes that promise the world only to lose everything. The truth, real, lasting wealth, never comes from luck. It comes from building real value for other people. Perhaps the most common mistake in America is obsessing over cutting expenses instead of increasing your value. Sure, you can skip Starbucks and save a few bucks a day, but that will never make you rich. DeMarco mocks the idea, saying you can't walk your way to wealth by giving up a $5 coffee while fastlaners are busy creating enough value to earn $5,000 in a single morning. In other words, don't obsess over saving pennies, obsess over how you can serve more people and create bigger value. And finally, one of the most deadly mistakes is equating a job with safety. In the US, many believe that having a full-time job with benefits and a 401k means they're secure, but DeMarco warns, you've placed your entire financial future in your boss's hands. One round of layoffs, one economic downturn, or one company bankruptcy, and that so-called safety disappears overnight. True freedom only comes when you're in control, when you own a system that no one can take away from you. DeMarco's message couldn't be clearer. Most people fail because they choose the wrong road, or they cling to illusions of safety and luck. Only when you abandon those traps and embrace the fast lane with a mindset of value and control do you finally give yourself a real chance at wealth and freedom.
Part 6. The Fast Lane Lifestyle, Freedom, Responsibility, and Trade-offs. One of the biggest misconceptions about the fast lane is that many people think it means get rich quick or enjoy instant luxury. DeMarco was clear. The fast lane isn't for dreamers, it's for those willing to take responsibility and make trade-offs. You might work 12 to 14 hours a day building your own business while your friends are partying or binge-watching Netflix. But the difference is this: the work you do today isn't to pay this month's bills, it's to build a system that can pay bills for the rest of your life. Think about American success stories like Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos. In Amazon's early days, Bezos worked out of a garage, hauling boxes of books, earning little to no salary with zero stability. Yet he was laying the foundation for a massive system serving hundreds of millions of customers worldwide. Or Elon Musk, who was willing to sell his first company to pour everything into SpaceX and Tesla, living in a modest rented apartment and eating instant noodles. That's the Fastlane mindset. Taking responsibility for your dream, daring to trade short-term comfort for creating massive long-term value. The key is that the Fastlane isn't instant freedom. It's freedom that's built. When you create a company, an online platform, or a product that solves problems for thousands of people, you're building an income machine that keeps running even when you rest. And that's real freedom. Not freedom to be lazy, but freedom to choose. You can travel across the US, spend more time with family, or continue creating what you love. However, DeMarco also warns, the Fastlane isn't for everyone. It requires discipline, responsibility, and resilience under pressure. No one will hand you this freedom. You have to earn it. But once you get past the initial struggle, the rewards far exceed anything the slow lane could promise. The message is clear. The fast lane isn't easy, but it's the only path to true control and freedom. It teaches that you don't have to wait until 65 to live your life. You can start now if you're willing to pay the price. Part 7. From Theory to Action, Starting the Fast Lane in the Age of AI. MJ DeMarco emphasizes that the fast lane mindset only matters when you turn it into concrete action. Knowing why you want to be wealthy isn't enough. You have to start building your own value-generating machine. And in 2025, opportunities have never been broader. AI is transforming nearly every industry, from marketing and content creation to logistics, healthcare, and finance. Slow lane thinkers worry that AI will take their jobs, while fast laners see it as the ultimate leverage to create value for millions. You can see this clearly in real-world examples. In the US, young entrepreneurs with just a laptop are using AI tools to write books, create online courses, design SaaS software, or build digital services that solve real problems for thousands of customers. Instead of spending hundreds of thousands of dollars and years of research, an individual can now use AI to create a prototype in weeks, launch it, and rapidly improve based on feedback. This is the fast lane spirit. Accelerating growth by leveraging technology rather than being left behind by it. DeMarco also stresses a core principle. Start with other people's needs, not your personal passion. If you want to succeed in the fast lane of 2025, don't ask, "What do I enjoy?" Instead, ask, "What problems are people facing that I can solve using AI or a system I build?" From there, opportunities abound. AI applications helping small business owners manage finances, platforms improving online learning for students, or AI services saving American families time on childcare and household tasks. The more value you deliver to more people, the more money flows naturally in return. Of course, starting the fast lane doesn't mean quitting your job tomorrow. You can begin in parallel, launch small projects, test ideas, create an MVP, minimum viable product, and gradually scale. The most important thing is to stop thinking like an employee and start thinking like a founder, a system creator. And in the AI era, the potential for an ordinary person to generate extraordinary value has never been greater. DeMarco's ultimate message is clear. The fast lane isn't just a book, it's an invitation. An invitation to break free from the slow, illusion-filled road and step onto the path where you can actively shape your own destiny. And in 2025, if you're willing to embrace AI as a tool and combine it with the fast lane mindset, you may achieve financial freedom sooner than you ever imagined. MJ DeMarco's The Millionaire Fast Lane isn't just a book about getting rich, it's a wake-up call. It reveals a hard truth. You'll never achieve financial freedom if you stay on the slow lane. Instead, you must build your own system, create value for thousands or even millions of people, and let money flow back as a natural reward for your efforts. In 2025, with AI and technology, opportunities have never been more accessible. But the difference between those who succeed and those who remain stuck comes down to one question. Will you take action today? If you found this video valuable, hit like, subscribe, and turn on notifications. I'll bring you more audiobook summaries that can help you move faster on your journey to financial freedom. And remember, your life doesn't have to wait until you're 65 to truly begin.
It can start the moment you choose to step into the fast lane.
Have you ever felt like you're stuck in the same loop? Going to work, paying bills, and then ending up right back where you started? In the US, millions of people start businesses every year, but most of them are just copying what already exists. A coffee shop like Starbucks, an app like Uber, an online store like Amazon. They think they're chasing the American dream, but in reality, they're running an exhausting race with no finish line. Peter Thiel, the co-founder of PayPal, calls this going from 1 to N, which means simply replicating what's already there. But to truly break through, you have to learn how to go from 0 to 1, creating something that has never existed before. That's the path to escaping competition and genuinely transforming your life. In this audiobook summary, we'll uncover powerful lessons from 0 to 1, a book often described as a roadmap for anyone who wants to build the future instead of living in the past. If this sounds like the journey you need, hit the like button and subscribe right now so you don't miss the books that can transform your mindset, your finances, and your career. Part 1. The 0 to 1 Mindset. Peter Thiel begins with a perspective that completely changes the way we think about entrepreneurship and innovation. There are two ways to create value. The first is going from 1 to N, which means scaling, copying, or making incremental improvements on what already exists. The second is going from 0 to 1, creating something entirely new, something the world has never seen before. Most businesses today focus on only going from 1 to N, adding more branches, launching products that are just slightly better than the old ones, or replicating a successful model from somewhere else. That might generate short-term profits, but it doesn't lead to real breakthroughs. It doesn't change the game. For example, if you open another pizza shop just like countless others in New York, you're only carving out a thin slice of an already crowded market. But if you had created a food delivery app like Uber Eats before it existed, you would have made a leap from 0 to 1, a true innovation that doesn't just add to the world, but changes the way the world works. Thiel emphasizes this point. Real progress is vertical, not horizontal. Horizontal progress is copying. Vertical progress is creating something unique, different, and irreplaceable. He writes, "Every time we create something new, we go from 0 to 1. Creation is singular. Copying may be easy, but it offers limited value." This is the core philosophy of the book. Don't just compete. Create a monopoly through innovation. Let's take some real-world examples everyone knows. In the late 1990s, while companies were racing to open more video rental stores like Blockbuster, Netflix took a different path. Instead of adding one more store, they reinvented the model. First by renting DVDs through the mail, then by streaming movies online. Netflix made the leap from 0 to 1. The result? Blockbuster collapsed while Netflix became a cultural icon. Or think about the iPhone. Before 2007, every phone manufacturer was locked in linear competition, adding more buttons, slightly better features, minor upgrades, but Apple did what no one else dared. They turned the phone into a pocket-sized computer, a digital hub for everyday life. That wasn't a small improvement, it was a revolution, a perfect example of going from 0 to 1. According to Thiel, achieving 0 to 1 requires us to ask different questions. What valuable thing is missing in the world that I can create? Instead of asking, how can I compete better? Ask how I can be unique. That's the key behind every great company from Google to Amazon. Part 2. Why competition kills creativity. Peter Thiel makes a surprising argument. Competition isn't as good as we were taught to believe. In traditional economics, competition is seen as the driving force behind innovation. It lowers prices, improves quality, and benefits consumers. But Thiel flips this idea on its head. He argues that competition often blinds companies, pushing them to focus only on beating rivals instead of creating something entirely new. He writes, "In a fierce competitive battle, businesses no longer have the space to think differently. They're just running in a race with fixed rules. The result? Profits get squeezed,
Pressure grows and no one truly wins. Thiel calls this the trap of perfect competition, a state where every company looks like the same, profits fall to zero, and no one creates breakthrough value. Take the airline industry in the US. Airlines like American, Delta, and United have spent decades competing on price, cutting costs, and offering slightly better services. Yet despite millions of Americans flying every day, the airline business has historically been one of the least profitable industries, often running at a loss. Intense competition left every airline the same, with no one achieving creative monopoly. Now, compare that to Google. Instead of entering the social media war against Facebook or Amazon, Google doubled down on building the world's best search engine. That focus made them virtually a monopoly in their field, generating massive profits and giving them room to expand into new areas like YouTube, Maps, and AI. Google didn't join the competitive game, they rewrote the rules. Another powerful example is Tesla. While traditional automakers fought each other over sedans, SUVs, and pickup trucks, Tesla chose a completely different path: fully electric cars backed by a battery and charging ecosystem. They didn't try to outcompete Ford or Toyota on price. Instead, they created an entirely new playing field, one only they could dominate. The result? Tesla became the symbol of innovation, while legacy automakers were left scrambling to catch up. Thiel's message is clear. If you're focused on competing, you won't be innovating. And if you're truly innovating, you won't have competition. That's why he insists, competition kills creativity.
Part 3. The secret of successful monopolies. While many Americans grow up believing that competition is the soul of free markets, Peter Thiel highlights a shocking truth. Every great company is a monopoly. But here, monopoly isn't the ugly kind that strangles markets. It's the natural result of creativity and innovation. Thiel defines it this way. A successful monopoly is a company that creates so much value that no one else can replace it. Monopoly doesn't come from blocking competitors. It comes from doing something 10 times better than anyone else. And because of that, you enjoy sustainable profits that give you the resources to keep investing, innovating, and changing the world. Think about Google. When you search for something online, nearly 90% of Americans choose Google over Bing or Yahoo. Why? Because Google built a search engine so good that it became nearly irreplaceable. That's monopoly, built on real value. Or look at Amazon. Jeff Bezos didn't just sell books online. He created a massive e-commerce platform where you can buy anything, with shipping so fast it's almost impossible to compete. When Amazon Prime launched, Americans became hooked on free 2-day delivery. That wasn't competition, that was dominance. Thiel also points out that monopolies often contribute more to society. With higher profits, they can fund research, improve products, and even reshape how people live. Imagine a world without the iPhone. Smartphones may never have exploded the way they did. Apple created a 0-to-1 product and held a monopoly in the premium segment for over a decade. So, what's the secret to building a successful monopoly? According to Thiel, there are 4 key elements. 1. Breakthrough technology. Your product must be at least 10x better than the alternatives. 2. Network effects. The more people use it, the stronger it becomes. Think Facebook or PayPal. 3. Economies of scale. Growth makes you more efficient, making it impossible for smaller rivals to catch up. Take Walmart, for example. As Walmart expanded across the US, its massive scale allowed it to negotiate directly with suppliers and push prices lower than anyone else. That let them sell cheaper, attract more customers, grow even bigger, and push prices down again. A cycle no small retailer could ever match. 4. Strong branding. A powerful brand builds trust and loyalty, like Apple or Nike. Thiel reminds us, monopoly isn't something you win by crushing your rivals. It's something you achieve by walking a path so unique that in the end, no one else can compete with you. In other words, if you want to build a truly great company,
Find the path that leads to monopoly.
Part 4. The Power of Long-Term Vision. One of Peter Thiel's most important lessons is this: great companies don't just survive the present, they're built to dominate the future. Most small businesses focus on short-term profits, selling more this month, growing a little next quarter. But the truly great companies share one trait: they bet on the long term, often willing to lose money for years as long as it secures their position to rule the market later on. Thiel calls this having faith in the next 10 to 20 years. If you're stuck only in the present, you'll get trapped in the cycle of competition. But if you have the courage to stay committed to the future, that's when you can build a sustainable monopoly. The best example is Amazon. When Jeff Bezos started selling books online, the company lost money year after year. Investors doubted him, calling it a pointless cash burn. But Bezos had a long-term vision to make Amazon the everything store. He was willing to accept near-zero profits for more than a decade, expanding scale, lowering costs, and securing market dominance. The payoff? Amazon grew into not just a retail giant, but also built entire ecosystems like Amazon Prime and AWS, which generate enormous profits today. Another example is Tesla. Elon Musk faced bankruptcy more than once, but he refused to abandon his long-term vision to spark a global electric vehicle revolution. While most doubted him, Musk kept pouring money into R&D and manufacturing infrastructure even at huge losses. Now, Tesla isn't just the largest EV company in the world, it forced the entire auto industry to shift toward electrification. And in Asia, we can look at Shopee, the e-commerce arm of Sea Group. For years, Shopee lost billions, constantly burning cash through promotions, free shipping, and discount vouchers. Many called it unsustainable, but Shopee had a long-term vision to dominate e-commerce across Southeast Asia. Today, they've achieved that goal, surpassing rivals and securing the #1 market share in several countries. This is a clear example of sacrificing the short term to win in the long term. Thiel's message is clear: long-term vision is the weapon that turns startups into monopolies. While most businesses are obsessed with short-term numbers, it's those who stay committed to big, bold goals that end up changing the world. Part 5. The human factor in startups. Peter Thiel emphasizes a crucial truth: technology, capital, and ideas all matter, but the single most important factor in a startup's success is people, especially the founders and the early team. A company cannot grow strong if its human foundation is fractured. He compares a startup to a family rather than a corporation. In the early days, the team is small, but every member must trust each other completely and share the same vision. If disagreements, conflicts, or distrust appear at the start, the company will collapse before it ever takes off. He calls this the nuclear structure of a startup. Founders don't just need to be talented, they must be deeply committed and complementary to each other's strengths. A great tech company cannot be built by people who treat it as just a job. It must be built by those willing to stake their future and their lives on the mission. A prime example is PayPal, which Thiel co-founded. In the beginning, the founding team was a tight-knit group of friends who believed strongly in creating a new way to pay online. They went through crises and nearly went bankrupt, but it was their unity and trust that kept PayPal alive, eventually turning it into a billion-dollar company. Facebook is another familiar case. Mark Zuckerberg could not have built the world's largest social network alone. He was joined by like-minded friends such as Dustin Moskovitz and Eduardo Severin, and later Sheryl Sandberg, who transformed Facebook from a student startup into a money-making machine. Google offers a similar lesson. Without the partnership of Larry Page and Sergey Brin, one driven by technological vision, the other brilliant in algorithm optimization, Google might never have become the global giant of search and digital ads. History itself shows this truth. Napoleon Bonaparte, one of history's greatest military leaders, never won a battle by himself.
His genius lay in strategy, but victories required talented generals, loyal soldiers, and a well-coordinated system. Without his team, Napoleon was just one man, and one man alone cannot turn the tide of war. Startups are no different. The founder may be the Napoleon of the company, the one who sets vision and strategy, but without a strong, committed team to execute, the company will fail at the starting line. Thiel's message is clearly clear. An idea may have the power to change the world, but without the right people to execute it, the idea remains only on paper. Startups are not solo races. They are journeys of trust, unity, and shared vision.
Part 6. Secrets and Innovation. Peter Thiel believes that behind every great company lies a secret, an important truth that most people either don't see or refuse to believe. The world tends to think that everything has already been discovered, that there are no big opportunities left. But the reality is, countless secrets are still hidden, waiting for those curious and bold enough to uncover them. A company truly makes the leap from 0 to 1 when it discovers such a secret and turns it into unique value. It's not about copying existing ideas. It's about finding something new, something game-changing. The clearest example is Google. Before Google, dozens of search engines already existed: Yahoo, Alta Vista, Lycos, and more. But the secret Larry Page and Sergey Brin uncovered was this: the importance of a website could be measured by the number and quality of links pointing to it. They saw what others ignored, and from that insight built Google into the world's dominant search engine. A more recent example familiar to Americans is Tesla. For years, the auto industry assumed electric cars weren't feasible because battery costs were too high. But Elon Musk believed in a secret: battery prices would fall dramatically if production scaled up. He bet everything on building the Gigafactory, and today, Tesla not only sells electric cars, but is reshaping the entire clean energy industry. Thiel emphasizes, to discover secrets, you must ask questions others avoid. You must dare to challenge so-called obvious truths and dig deeper than anyone else. Because every true breakthrough begins with uncovering a secret the world has yet to recognize.
Part 7. Your World 20 Years From Now. Peter Thiel asks a question that makes many people pause. What will your world look like 20 years from now? Most people respond vaguely: maybe technology will be better, maybe life will be more convenient, but Thiel argues that the future doesn't just arrive on its own. The future is created by vision, determination, and the creativity of those bold enough to think differently. He draws a line between two types of progress: horizontal progress, 1 to N, copying what already exists, simply scaling it, like opening another Starbucks on a new street corner. Vertical progress, 0 to 1, creating something entirely new, reshaping the landscape, like the arrival of the internet or the iPhone. If all we do is copy, then 20 years from now we'll live in a world of more, but not different. But if we uncover secrets and innovate, the future 2 decades from today could be unrecognizable compared to the present. Think back 20 years. In 2004, there was no iPhone, Facebook had just been born, Google was still young, and Amazon mostly sold books. Who could have imagined that in just 2 decades, the phone in an American's pocket would replace the map, the wallet, the camera, the TV, and even the bank? And now, look at AI. In 2023, ChatGPT and other AI tools stunned the world. Within a single year, AI could write essays, code software, compose music, and even generate images and videos. And this is only the beginning. What about 20 years from now? Perhaps AI will become a trusted colleague, supporting us at work, helping doctors diagnose diseases, enabling teachers to personalize learning, or even guiding us in managing money and investing wisely. Who knows? Thiel's point is clear. The future belongs to those who dream big and take action today.
If you only live as you are now, 20 years from now, you'll still be in the same place. But if you dare to think differently, if you start from 0 to 1, you can help shape the future instead of passively walking into it. Part 8. The final lesson. The future doesn't just happen, it's created. The most important lesson from 0 to 1 is this: the future is not a straight line extending from the present. It is something built by those bold enough to think differently and act differently. If you only follow the old past, you'll end up at the same destinations millions of others have already reached. But if you dare to carve your own path, you can create something that has never existed before. That is the essence of 0 to 1. Turning the impossible into possible and transforming vision into reality. Great entrepreneurs, groundbreaking inventors, and even the most successful investors all share one trait. They don't wait for the future to arrive, they actively shape it. And the lesson for you today is this: don't just live to survive, live to create. If you found value in this audiobook summary, don't forget to hit like, subscribe, and share it with others. Because who knows, you might be the one to lay the foundation for the world's next 0 to 1.